tréigte. Culture sa storm og holdes gan I fart. Dimmi siad leo, dag mi a glug. San áim cúnis go jom a gó. An leis, seasan ferr an nédós. Riocht na hónarach gal mis an tuir. Glach siad, mo funny noch mo crí is fiúr. Sin san a cúnis, am sin sól sean sin. Geryon trap so shachan luis Malebolge. Chug neem a vunin komara hannoa. Ach fiog siad na rosen a dog me da. Tamar her solish brister coste treigte. Culture sa storm o hollis gan E fart. Dimmi siad leo, dog me a glug. San áim cúnis go jom a gó. Buca hrunan pupet sa scale. Rinne siad dásalom a crí a chéim. In a garno, rin siad mo horn is cíl. Ach nuair a dog an jo garon snáin go géir. Tamar her solish brister coste treigte. Culture sa storm o hollis gan E fart. Dimmi siad leo, dag me a glug. San áim cúnis go jom a gó. Bhí me mar ciste lán leor. Good siad mo heifre skill gan troir. A ddíthe gan iach, for mo crí le cíl. Skill an iachanis, cúnas an ó hiú. Glach siad, mo bhriú le híam siad mar thó. Fuair a déistiu mo chi follas an áid. Ach nuair stop an hefniú fágam me frí. I wabric na hánaracha is I sin mo lí. Tamar her solish brister coste treigte. Culture sa storm o hollis gan E fart. Dimmi siad leo, dag me a glug. San áim cúnis go jom a gó. An leis, seasan ferr an nédós. Riocht na hónarach gal mis an tuir. Glach siad, mo funny noch mo crí is fiúr. Sin san a cúnis, am sin sól sean sin. Geryon trap so shachan luis Malebolge. Chug neem a vunin komara hannoa. Ach fiog siad na rosen a dog me da. Tamar her solish brister coste treigte. Culture sa storm o hollis gan E fart. Dimmi siad leo, dag me a glug. San áim cúnis go jom a gó. Buca hrunan pupet sa scale. Rinne siad dásalom a crí a chéim. In a garno, rin siad mo horn is cíl. Ach nuair a dog an jo garon snáin go géir. Tamar her solish brister coste treigte. Culture sa storm o hollis gan E fart. Dimmi siad leo, dag me a glug. San áim cúnis go jom a gó. Bhí me mar ciste lán leor. Good shit more haver skill control a jiha gan yach for a mukri la kill skill and yachanish kulas and all you Glock shit more trilogy him shit more ho for a jext you mochi follows a night ach nor stop and have new fog and me free you will break no honor aka is he shin mahli Tom var her solish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm och hållas gone i fart Dimishid yo, dog me a glug Sanajim kunish, good yo mo go Andish, shosam ferrer and nidosh Rioch na honor och ka mishan tui Glak shit, mo funny noch mo kree is fil Shins and a kunish, hamsim so shansin Guiding trap through Shachan Luis jungle chair Hook name of winning combater and Noah Ach fjok shit no rose and a dog made on Tamar her solish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm och hållas gone i fart Dimishid yo, dog me a glug Sanajim kunish, good yo mo go Boeka hernan på bedse skil Rinne shit daw så long ma krie heen In a garno Ring shit ma horn i skill Ach nur de dag an jo Garo en snahin go ge Tom var her solish brister Coast to trade Culture's a storm och hållas gone i fart Dimishid yo Dog me a glug Sanajim kunish good yo mo go Vi me mar kishte lan liur Good shit mo haver skill control A jiha gan yach For a mukri la kill Skill and yachanish Kunis and all you Glock shit, mo trilogy him shit mar ho For a jext you mochi follows a night Ach nor stop and have new fog and me free You will break no honor aka is he shin mahli Tom var her solish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm och hållas gone i fart Dimishid yo Dog me a glug Sanajim kunish good yo mo go Andish shosam ferrer and nidosh Rioch na honor och ka mishan tui Glak shit mo funny noch mo kree is fil Shins and a kunish hamsim so shansin Guiding trap through Shachan Luis jungle chair Hook name of winning combater and Noah Ach fjok shit no rose and a dog made on Tamar her solish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm och hållas gone i fart Dimishid yo, dog me a glug Sanajim kunish, good yo mo go Boca non puppets a scale Rinne shit douse along my create in a garno Ring shit my horn is skill Ach nur a dog and Joe Garo and snawing go get Tom or her summish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm a hollis gone a facht Dimmish leo Dog me a glug Son arjen kunish Good Joe mo go Vi me mar kiste Lan leo Good shit mo haver Skill gan tror A gi ha gan jalach For a mo creel a keel Skill an jachanish Kunis an o hugh Glak shit mo village him shit mar ho Voor je jeugdstuw mocht je volles en ooit Ach nur stop en hef nieuw vagen me free Je wobrik na haner aka is die shin mag lie Tom maar her solish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm mo hollis gone e fart Dimmish idlio Dog me a glug Son arjen kunish Good Joe mo go Anish Shawson ferrer en nedosh Rioch na honer och Ka mish an tuir Glak shit Mo funny noch mo cree is fyr Shins en a kunish Hamsin so shans hin Guiding traps or shachen luis jungle che Hook name of winning combater and noa Ach fjok shit na rosen a dog me da Tom or her solish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm o hollis gone e fart Dimmish idlio dog me a glug Son arjen kunish Good Joe mo go Boca non puppets a scale Rinne shit douse along my create in a garno Ring shit my horn is skill Ach nur a dog and Joe Garo and snawing go get Tom or her summish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm a hollis gone e facht Dimmish idlio Dog me a glug Son arjen kunish Good Joe mo go Vi me mar kiste Lan leo Good shit mo haver Skill gan tror A gi ha gan jalach For a mo creel a keel Skill an jachanish Kunis an o hugh Glak shit mo village him shit mar ho Voor je jeugdstuw mocht je volles en ooit Ach nur stop en hef nieuw vagen me free Je wobrik na haner aka is die shin mag lie Tom maar her solish brister coast to trade Culture's a storm o hollis gone e fart Dimmish idlio Dog me a glug Son arjen kunish Good Joe mo go Anish Shawson ferrer en nedosh Rioch na honer och Ka mish an tuir Glak shit Mo funny noch mo cree is fyr Shins en a kunish Hamsin so shans hin Guiding traps or shachen luis jungle che Chug name of winning combater and Noah ach fiog shit na rosen a dog made Tamar her solish brister coasted trade Cultures a storm o hollis gone a fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujom a go Buka hernan puppets a scale Rinna shit dausalom a cree a hain In a garno Ring shim a horn is skill Ach nur a dog an joe Garon snahin guge Tamar her solish brister coasted trade Cultures a storm a hollis gone a fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujom a go Vi me mar kishte lan leo Good shit mo haver skill gan trosh A jiha gan yalach For a macree la keel Skill an yachanish Kunis an o hugh Glak shit mo village him shit mar ho Foi a jake stew mochi follas an art Ach nor stop and have new fog and me free No wabrick no honor aka Is he shin mahli Tom war her solish brister coasted trade Cultures a storm o hollis gone a fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujom a go Anish shosam ferrer an nedosh Rioch na honor och gal mish an tui Glak shit mo funny noch mo cree is fill Shins an a kunish hamsim so shans hin Guiding traps or shachan which jungle chair Hook name of winning combater and Noah Ach fiog shit na rosen a dog made Tamar her solish brister coasted trade Cultures a storm o hollis gone a fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujom a go Buka hernan puppets a scale Rinna shit dausalom a cree a hain In a garno Ring shim a horn is skill Ach nur a dog an joe Garon snahin guge Tamar her solish brister coasted trade Cultures a storm o hollis gone a fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujom a go Vi me mar kishte lan leo Good shit mo haver skill gan trosh A jiha gan yalach For a macree la keel Skill an yachanish Kunis an o hugh Glak shit mo village him shit mar ho Foi a jake stew mochi follas an art Ach nor stop and have new fog and me free No wabrick no honor aka Is he shin mahli Tom war her solish brister coasted trade Cultures a storm o hollis gone a fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujom a go Anish shosam ferrer an nedosh Rioch na honor och gal mish an tui Glak shit mo funny noch mo cree is fill Shins an a kunish hamsim so shans hin na fwy ffwr naid di lwbda Gael gyn trap ffwr siach yn lwys jungle che Chwb neem o fwnin combar yr hynnywa Ach fiog sydd na ros yn y dob meda Tamar hyr solish brister koste trekte Kalches y storm o holas gan ei fart Dymishid lio, dog me a glwg Sanajim cunish, gwydiom o go Bwca hrynon, pwbets y sgil Rhinishid dawsalom o cri a heim In a garnol, rinshid mo horn i sgil Ach nŵr y dog an jo garon snahin gwger Tamar hyr solish brister koste trekte Kalches y storm o holas gan ei fart Dymishid lio, dog me a glwg Sanajim cunish, gwydiom o go Fi me mor kishte lan liwr Gwydshid mo heifr sgil gan tror Y jiha gan iach For ei mo cri la kil Sgil yn iachanish Cunas yn o hiw Glak shit mo village him shit mar ho Fwy y jeistiw mo chi folas yn oed Ach nôr stop yn hef miw fog yn me ffrigi Y wobrig na honor oca Is i shin mo li Tom mar hyr solish brister Koste trekte Kalches y storm o holas gan ei fart Dymishid lio, dog me a glwg Sanajim cunish, gwydiom o go Annish, siosyn fferer yn nedosh Rioch na honor och gael mish an twyr Glak shit, mo fwnin noch mo cri is fyr Shins yn y cunish, hamsyn sol shans hyn Na fwy ffwr naid di lwbda Gael gyn trap ffwr siach yn lwys jungle che Chwb neem o fwnin combar yr hynnywa Ach fiog sydd na ros yn y dob meda Tamar hyr solish brister koste trekte Kalches y storm o holas gan ei fart Dymishid lio, dog me a glwg Sanajim cunish, gwydiom o go Bwca hrynon, pwbets y sgil Rhinishid dawsalom o cri a heim In a garnol, rinshid mo horn i sgil Ach nŵr y dog an jo garon snahin gwger Tamar hyr solish brister koste trekte Kalches y storm o holas gan ei fart Dymishid lio, dog me a glwg Sanajim cunish, gwydiom o go Fi me mor kishte lan liwr Gwydshid mo heifr sgil gan tror Y jiha gan iach For ei mo cri la kil Sgil yn iachanish Cunas yn o hiw Glak shit, mo village him shit mar ho Fwy y jeistiw mo chi folas yn oed Ach nôr stop yn hef miw fog yn me ffrigi Y wobrig na honor oca Is i shin mo li Tom mar hyr solish brister Koste trekte Kalches y storm o holas gan ei fart Dymishid lio, dog me a glwg Sanajim cunish, gwydiom o go Annish, siosyn fferer yn nedosh Rioch na honor och gael mish an twyr Glak shit, mo fwnin noch mo cri is fyr Shins yn y cunish, hamsyn sol shans hyn Hanna foi for night I lupta Guiding trap through shachan luis Embodiment Hook name of winning Combara Hannoa Ach fiok shit na rosen a dog meda Tamar her solish brister Coasted trade Culture sa storm O halas gan e fart Dimishid leo Dog me a glug Sanajim kunish Gujomako Buka erhanan Pupets a scale Rinashid dausalom a kriya heim In a garno Rinshid mohorn is kill Ach nur a dog an jo Garon snahin guge Tamar her solish brister Coasted trade Culture sa storm O halas gan e fart Dimishid leo Dog me a glug Sanajim kunish Gujomako Vi me mar kishta Lan leo Good shit mo haver Skill gan tror A jiha gan yalach For a mukri la kiel Skill an yachanish Kunis an o hugh Glak shit, mo village him shit mar ho Voor je jeest you mocht je vallen sa nooit Ach nur stop and have me fagen me free Je wabrik na haner aka is I shin mahli Tom mar her solish brister coasted trade Culture sa storm mo halas gan e fart Dimishid leo Dog me a glug Sanajim kunish Gujomako Anish Shasam ferrer an nedosh Rioch na honer och Ka mishantuir Glak shit Mo funny noch mo kri is fil Shils an a kunish Hamsin so shansin Hanna foi for night I lupta Guiding trap through shachan luis Embodiment Hook name of winning Combara Hannoa Ach fiok shit na rosen a dog meda Tamar her solish brister Coasted trade Culture sa storm O halas gan e fart Dimishid leo Dog me a glug Sanajim kunish Gujomako Buka erhanan Pupets a scale Rinashid dausalom a kriya heim In a garno Rinshid mohorn is kill Ach nur a dog an jo Garon snahin guge Tamar her solish brister Coasted trade Culture sa storm O halas gan e fart Dimishid leo Dog me a glug Sanajim kunish Gujomako Vi me mar kishta Lan leo Good shit mo haver Skill gan tror A jiha gan yalach For a mukri la kiel Skill an yachanish Kunis an o hugh Glak shit, mo village him shit mar ho Voor je jeest you mocht je vallen sa nooit Ach nur stop and have me fagen me free Je wabrik na haner aka is I shin mahli Tom mar her solish brister coasted trade Culture sa storm o halas gan e fart Dimishid leo Dog me a glug Sanajim kunish Gujomako Anish Shasam ferrer an nedosh Rioch na honer och ka me shantui Glak shit mo funny noch mo cree is fil Shins in the cunis ham sim so shansin For night die loopte Guiding trap through shachen luis jangleche Hook name of winning combara hanoa Ach fjok shit na rosen a dog meta Tamar her solish brister coasted trekte Kalches a storm o hollis gone e fart Dimishid ja dog me a gluk Sanajim kunish gujomako Buka erhanan pupets a scale Rinna shit dausalom a cree heim In a garno ring shit mohorn is kill Ach nur de dog an jo garon snahin guge Tamar her solish brister coasted trekte Cultures a storm o hollis gone e fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujomoko Vi me mar kishte lan leo Good shit mo haver skill gan trosh A jiha gan yalach For a mo cree la keel Skill an yachanish Kunis an o hugh Glak shit mo vrilugi him shit marho Voor je jake stil moch ik vollas an ooit Ach nur stop and have new fogen me free Je wobrik na honer ochka is I shin mahli Tom war her solish brister coasted trekte Cultures a storm mo hollis gone e fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujomoko Anish shosam ferrer an nedosh Rioch na honer och ka me shantui Glak shit mo funny noch mo cree is fil Shins in the kunish ham sim so shansin For night die loopte Guiding trap through shachen luis jangleche Hook name of winning combara hanoa Ach fjok shit na rosen a dog meta Tamar her solish brister coasted trekte Cultures a storm o hollis gone e fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujomoko Buka erhanan pupets a scale Rinna shit dausalom a cree heim In a garno ring shit mohorn is kill Ach nur de dog an jo garon snahin guge Tamar her solish brister coasted trekte Cultures a storm o hollis gone e fart Dimishid leo dog me a glug Sanajim kunish gujomoko Vi me mar kishte lan leo Good shit mo haver skill gan trosh A jiha gan yalach For a mo cree la keel Skill an yachanish Kunis an o hugh Glak shit mo vrilugi him shit marho Voor je jake stil moch I vollas an ooit Ach nur stop and have new fogen me free Je obric na hanaraka is I sin mahli. Tom mar her solish brister coast to trade. Cultures a storm a hollis gone a fart. Dimishid yo, dog me a glug. Sanajim kunish, good jo mogol. Anish, shosam ferrer and nedosh. Rioch na honorach gal mishantui. Glak shit, movoni noch no cree is fill. Shins and a kunish, hamsing soul shansin. Guiding trap through Shachan Louis jungle chair, hook name of winning combater and Noah. Ach, fjok shit no rose and a dog made on. Tomar her solish brister coasted trade. Cultures a storm of hollis gone a fart. Dimishid yo, dog me a glug. Sanajim kunish, good jo mogol. Boeka hernan puppets a scale. Rinne shit dauselom a cree heen in a garno. Ring shit my horn is skill. Ach nur de dog an jo garo and snawing go get. Tomar her solish brister coasted trade. Cultures a storm a hollis gone a fart. Dimishid yo, dog me a glug. Sanajim kunish, good jo mogol. Vi me mar kishte lan liur. Good shit mo haver skill gan trosh. A jiha gan yalach, for a mo cree la keel. Skill and yachanish, kunis and o hue. Glak shit, mo village him shit mar ho. For je jext you moch I follas an art. Ach nur stop and have new fog me free. The wabrick na hanaraka is I shin mahli. Tom mar her solish brister coasted trade. Cultures a storm a hollis gone a fart. Dimishid yo, dog me a glug. Sanajim kunish, good jo mogol. Anish, shosam ferrer and nedosh. Rioch na honorach gal mishantui. Glak shit, movoni noch no cree is fill. Shins and a kunish, hamsing soul shansin. Guiding trap through Shachan Louis jungle chair. Hook name of winning combater and Noah. Ach, fjok shit no rose and a dog made on. Tomar her solish brister coasted trade. Cultures a storm a hollis gone a fart. Dimishid yo, dog me a glug. Sanajim kunish, good jo mogol. Boeka hernan puppets a scale. Rinne shit dauselom a cree heen in a garno. Ring shit my horn is skill. Ach nur de dog an jo garo and snawing go get. Tomar her solish brister coasted trade. Cultures a storm a hollis gone a fart. Dimishid yo, dog me a glug. Sanajim kunish, good jo mogol. Vi me mar kiste lan liw. Good shit more haver skill gan George. A G ha gan yoch. For a macree la keel. Skill and yochanish. Kulas and all hue. Glock shit more trilogy. Him shit more ho. For a jake stew mochi follows a night. Ach nor stop and have new fog and may free. No brick no harder.
I thought we were going for that full hour.
And welcome in for December 21st, 2024, and we are going to be doing Canto 17 again, because, well, you guys didn't see it. We had a OBS error last week where update hit at the same time that a scheduling error happened, and basically YouTube said we couldn't broadcast because it was scheduled for 1 minute earlier than I clicked the button. So because the times didn't match up, it wasn't able to broadcast out. So I do apologize for the excessively long starting soon screen, but we fixed it. That being said, we will be getting into Canto 17 here shortly. Fix my screen so that I can tell you guys are able to see everything. Okay, so in this, at the end of Canto 16, almost a month ago now, we got to the end of the inner circle of the seventh circle of hell, and we're looking down a cliff, and Geryon is flying up at our intrepid hero and his guide Virgil. Honestly, this is probably one of the most interesting to read cantos, but feckless cantos in the entire Inferno. It really does nothing but paint a really, really vivid, fucked up scene as far as visually, but it doesn't really progress a whole lot of understanding of any one layer over another. All it does is give us an interpretation of this individual demon. Furthermore, it gives us a few things like idiosyncratic language that's fun to pick apart, but it wouldn't have been idiosyncratic language in the 14th century. It just is now to us in the 21st. That being said, we are getting started a little later than expected, and because we were waiting for our normal fourth to show up. Apparently he either slept in or something came up. But we are going to be getting started here in a minute. Ancom is joining us, and Despy again. All the way from Japan, and just noticing that your shirt could be interpreted several ways if the fold were bent just right. Putz. So, everybody get their coffee in them? Or caffeine in general? Alrighty, so, we shall begin. Behold the monster with the pointed tail, who cleaves the hills and breaketh walls and weapons. Behold him who infecteth all the world. Thus unto me my guide began to say, and beckoned him that he should come to shore, near to the confine of the trodden marble. And that uncleanly image of deceit came up and thrust ashore its head and bust, but on the border did not drag its tail. The face was the face of a just man, its semblance outwardly so benign, and of a serpent all the trunk beside. 2 paws it had, hairy on to the armpits, the back and breast, and both sides it had, depicted over with nooses and with shields. The colors more groundwork or broidery, never in cloth did Tartars make nor Turks, nor were such tissues by Arachne laid. So we'll stop here because this is a particular visualization that Alighieri is trying to give. He is trying to express a level of actual intricate weaving, at least in appearance. So to me, this isn't just describing a serpent. This is trying to get into like a high depiction of the scales, which, at least to me, this is such a fine weaving. This would be like a micro-scaled lizard that's 30 feet long. And if you've never seen a micro-scaled lizard, I highly recommend you Google it real quick because, first of all, they're fucking adorable. Second of all, the way that the scales end up making it look metallic, almost. They almost end up looking like chainmail as long as the colors on the reptile matches up correctly. And it seems to be what he's describing here. And as we talked about last week that didn't get broadcast out, the nooses and with shields could be a depiction of some kind of a constrictor like a python or a boa, although it would be highly irregular for somebody in 14th century Italy to be familiar with either of those species on a regular basis, so this would probably be something he read in a book.
Yeah, I know.
Or envisioned out of nothing.
Yeah, I know we basically talked about this before, but because of the thing. But when we're talking about the shields and nooses, I was talking about how it could be that he was like describing a particular pattern on
No, absolutely. That's what I was just pointing at.
Yeah.
It seems to point to python or boa. It just would be very unusual for 14th century European to be familiar with either of these species that are very native to southern portions of Africa, like sub-Saharan Africa, and fucking the Americas. Like many boa species are America only.
Right,
so like,
but I mean, like we still have to take into account the fact that you had what is it? Like Baghdad scientific capital amassed probably a lot of information. That information got to what is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's getting it from a book though, rather than, or he thought it up out of nothing. Is what it was my point. Yeah, it was one of the two. Which, let's be honest, you can think up some crazy shit, and sometimes that shit matches something in reality. It happens every once in a while. It's not common, but it happens. But the whole point that I think he's trying to make with this, upon like closer reflection, is that he's trying to make this appear to be a serpent unlike any serpent that a European would have seen, and trying to give not only perhaps the pattern, but trying to give it an otherworldly feel, because let's say he even found some kind of Islamic naturalist text that had a description of a alien head style python boa, something in the constrictor family from, the southern reaches of Africa, which would have been damn near fucking Mars to them at this point. That's at best. Like, we're talking a time period, at least for what is known to the European continent, where there's like that level of the continent's unknown to them in Africa. Like, they have no fucking understanding of it because they have no interaction with it, even though now we have archaeological evidence that shows that they had interaction many, many times over, blah, blah, blah. But at least in the 14th century, they considered that part of Africa unknown to man. The only thing we had was the borders because we sailed around it.
I wonder if it also possibly has to do with the color at the same time, like doing like a maybe like a metallic sort of like
nooses and brown.
Like when it's talking about more colors and embroidery, it makes me think something with an iridescent scale. Something where the light reflects off it,
like a sun snake,
color,
sunbeam snake.
Something like that. Like I may be misremembering, but I feel like certain patterns of anaconda.
Rainbow boa is the name.
Rainbow boa is one, but like that's South America, which they don't even know about yet.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is, like, I just brought it up on screen to show an example of the iridescence. This is a sunbeam snake. This is what he's trying to get at. And this is, for the science nerds in here, beyond the history nerds, this is a form of thin film interference within the intercaratinal layers of the scale.
Now, see, I thought in this case it wasn't TFI, it was the same sort of iridescence that is on a butterfly's wings, where it's not necessarily thin film where some light is being reflected off the top.
Well,
and some light
that's on some
species.
That's on some species.
But rather microscopic ridges.
Yeah, that's some species. This is a sunbeam snake. This is a burrower. This one does not have said ridges. So this one I know is thin film interference. That's why I brought this one up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, the other ones, I have heard that. I have not read the science on it, so I didn't want to bring them up without knowing it perfectly.
Yeah, at least on butterflies, and I think there are some snakes whose scales have this, there are microstructures on the surface which reflect light at different wavelengths.
Okay, for you science nerds who are just herpetology nerds, basically what we're getting into is that there is a certain form of blue that is formed in certain butterfly wings, that the wings are actually brown. The blue you see is because of the way the microstructures of the filaments of the wing structure reflect and refract light, make it look blue to your eye, even though it is mud fucking brown. So only something with binocular. Well, here's the other byproduct of that. Only somebody with binocular vision would have that effect. If you're dealing with a singular eye side predator, it would still see the brown. It wouldn't get the full effect of that. Because to one part of the eye it would look blue, to the other part it would look brown, so as he moved he would see the color shift.
Interesting.
Fair
enough.
Interesting things about photonics and now lepidoptery and stuff that Dante probably cared very little about, but
but he might still have known at least somewhat about it, at least in like he wouldn't have known about the optics of it because they.
Yeah, I was about to say we only discovered that in like what was it, 2015?
Yes, but like a multicolored snake, like you showed earlier, like a sunbeam snake, would likely have been known about.
And that's why I picked the sunbeam snake. Snake is a desert burrower. It was the closest thing I could think that may have touched Europe with like accurate description, because you could find those in deserts off the eastern edge of the Ring of Fire, or the Sea of Fire rather, in Saudi Arabia. So, just one of those little things where it's just like, they could have seen this one. So, maybe this is what they're talking about. Because we're never going to accurately know, because Dante didn't journal.
Damn you, Dante, not making an author's commentary.
Well, it's also like, let's be honest, journaling at this point was pretty much a practice exclusively done by the clergy. And like extremely affluent nobility who had nothing better to do. Like we're talking the 1301, for most of this. We're talking about a time period where even most of the like lords and ladies would not have had an easy life unless they were so ridiculously wealthy they lived in one of the major cities on the continent, like Rome or London or Paris. And even then, it probably wasn't great.
It'll have been better than everyone else got, but even that's not saying much in those days.
Yeah, like when you're walking down the street and homeboy can take offense at the way you looked at him and stab you through the eye. Shit's a little different. Just saying.
I was going more the excremental route where you could literally have chamber pots dumped on your head for no good reason.
I mean, yeah, and that would happen to kings and everybody alike. Like, there's actually an account of Louis the 13th having that happen to him. Aha! Didn't know that, did you?
The days before.
So that's where they get
sanitation.
so that's where they get the idea of the royal flush.
No, it's just it's happened so often because, like, God, we're so far off on a tangent. But to those who don't know this part of the history, although if you're doing any kind of class that involves Dante, how you wouldn't know this far back in history is fucking amazing to me. Yeah, the idea of internal plumbing. Well, we had internal plumbing all the way back in the before Common Era. That was a handful of cities, and then we lost the technology, and then we created a new technology for it, and then we lost that technology, and we did that shit for 2,000 years until we finally got internal plumbing right.
Hey, there's only one thing I gotta say to you, Jack. But what have the Romans ever really done for us?
And as I said in our group chat, not enough. They fucking left one job half finished, and the other they fucking joined the enemy side.
Yep. So anyways, moving on.
Okay, yeah, no, going back to this. The other part that I want to point to is the particular people listed in this. We have the Tartars. For those who are unfamiliar with the Tartars, this is a group of people that occupied ranging all the way from Iraq into Ukraine, to parts of Russia, etc. This was a nomadic people that lived in that area for many, many hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, under a different name. And the Turks, at this point in time, are the two greatest embroidery and cloth makers known to, like, most of Europe. Like, the idea of, like, Asian silks and things like this really was not known to a majority of people in Europe at this point in time.
At least not for another 200 plus years.
Yeah. And then then Dante goes, okay, so it's better than all these fuckers that we know is the best that we can get, and it's better than Arachne, a mythological weaver who was so good that a goddess got jealous that she was a better weaver than the goddess and turned her into a spider.
The Greeks and their mythology.
Like, but the point is, he's trying to make this look as if it is perfect. There's not a single blemish. There's not a single quote-unquote off stitch, as you know what that would look like in a scaled creature would be an overlap scale or a missing scale. But this is meant to be perfection, and the juxtaposition of this for a European to think that something in hell could be perfect is odd, and I think he does that intentionally at this point. Because the whole point of the scene is to make Geryon seem fucking utterly terrifying. And what's more terrifying than finding perfection in hell to a Catholic?
Yeah, see, I was seeing it more as it was meant to be the appearance of perfection, because to this way of thinking, you know, the deception of mimicking perfection in appearance only, I think, would have been useful symbolism.
Well, but the thing is whether it is in appearance only or actual perfection, the perception of our intrepid hero Dante, the character, he would never know that. He would never find out one way or the other. He'd have no way to.
Yeah, fair.
So that's what I mean. I think it's meant to give that, you know, the old to steal a scene from the movie Sphere. When the Pope's men went to Giotto and asked him to prove his worth as an artist, he drew a perfect circle freehand. There's a powerful message in perfection.
Well, all I can say to rebut that, Jack, is that the Lord works in mysterious ways. You're welcome.
No, but the whole point is like it's meant to the majority of the readers, because again, you're talking about in the time period that this would have started to have been being disseminated, a majority of the readers were Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say 96 to 97% of them. The rest of them were a hodgepodge of polytheistic religions of indigenous people that had not been forced converted yet, or fucking Muslims that were there trading.
Had the split with the Eastern Orthodox Church happened yet?
Yeah.
That was 11...
that was like 1085, something like that?
I think so. Yeah, it was...
I asked just because there may have been some Eastern Orthodox people also reading this.
Well, but
no, I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure it's 11th century.
Well, but okay, for the non-religious in the crowd, getting into the differences between the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox, I'd have to give you a microscope to tell the difference. They're the same fucking thing, they just hate each other.
No. There's a really big difference. We have one pope and they have 11.
Well, I mean, at this point, many of the, or today, right? Not contemporary to Dante, but today the churches are quite different because all the changes the Catholic churches made, the Eastern Orthodox can't. And by their own doctrine.
Yeah, they literally, legally cannot do so within their own laws that they set up. Fucking wild. Talk about a lack of forethought.
Yeah, they were like, we're going to split with the Catholics, but we can't do anything without their approval.
Without, specifically, the Vicar of Christ on Earth's approval. So that not only do they have to have the Vatican's approval, they have to have the Pope's specific.
They don't have the Vatican's approval.
Mm-hmm. It's in their laws. It's in their doctrinal laws.
Their doctrinal, if I remember correctly, their doctrinal laws is that basically they have to have a council with all of the 12 like reigning members.
It has to be unanimous, and the Pope has to be present. Yeah. Meaning you have to have the Vatican's approval.
Effectively, they have the 11 votes they would need to make a change, and the 12th is the Pope.
Yeah, because it has to be unanimous.
So the Pope can't just say, hey, I'm going to get on a plane and go to whatever city.
And if he votes the other way, it still fucks him. And if he votes the other way, it's still 11-1, and it's not unanimous, and they can't change anything. So they need the approval.
No, but I'm just saying, like...
He could let them change it. We're not saying they can't change it. They just can't change it without the Pope.
I know. I know exactly what you're saying. What I'm saying is like, why? How does the Pope himself have to get approval from the Vatican for him to go to?
No. That's the thing. He is the Vatican in this regard.
That's what I meant. Like, so
that they have to get approval of the Vatican through the Pope. It's not they have to get both. It's he is the Vatican in that regard because he is the only one allowed to represent the Vatican at that meeting.
Oh, because I understood that wrong. Because I thought you said that they had to get the Pope and the Vatican.
Well, it's technically they are getting both because the Pope is the only one allowed to vote for the Vatican. He can't send anyone else. He has to do it himself.
I understand. No, but I'm just saying, like the way it was worded made it sound like like they needed two separate approvals.
And technically, they get both by the ruling of the Pope is the only one allowed to vote.
Right.
But no, technically, if you read through it, they do need both. Because of the way they worded it. Because they have to get approval of the Vicar of Christ on Earth, which is the church as well. That is a phraseology that they use for the whole church. On top of just the Pope.
So from a technical standpoint, out of pure curiosity here, would the College of Cardinals have to vote on one of these changes, or would the Pope do this unilaterally?
He could do it unilaterally, would he? Obviously fucking not, because it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, they've been trying to get this done for 1,000 years. No dice.
And, I mean, if they couldn't get fucking Benedictine or fucking Benedictine, John Paul, or fucking Francis to do it, yeah, I don't think it's happening anytime soon either.
I do wonder what what, if any, reasoning has been given for this lack of action. Just because, it seems like an easy enough thing to do.
Well, no, I mean, like, for the Roman Catholic Pope, they think they're in schism. So, I mean,
it would be capitulating to essentially people of a heathen understanding.
Yeah, fair.
I mean, like, even as it pertains to people of, like, the Society of St. Pius X, they're accepted in the church but ignored at the same time.
And that is because their founder was excommunicated, then brought back into the church by Benedict, and then given a high position in Rome. So they're the bishop that created them, essentially. I know there's technically more history to it, but for the sake of argument, the bishop that created them got excommunicated, then brought back into the church, and not only was allowed back into the church, was given a position of authority in the capital city of the entire fucking religion.
Yeah. So basically, what happened is before he was quote unquote excommunicated, because you have to go through the entire ritualistic process of being excommunicated before you're actually excommunicated. If he and what is it? They have to do laying on hands in order to create other popes. Basically, is what happened, or not popes, but other bishops.
Yeah.
So what he did was he created a bunch of other bishops that continued to teach what he was teaching before he was excommunicated, and with basically how the laws and rules of holy orders, or making people into bishops and whatnot, is that if he laid hands on somebody, and then less than 10 seconds later, somebody handed him the document saying that, hey, you're excommunicated, the person he laid hands on before receiving those documents is considered a bishop, regardless.
Yep, and there's nothing that the church can do about it. There is no mechanism to get rid of them. Zero, zip, zilch. And trust me, 22 popes have tried to do this, because they've done this to other fucking groups before the Society of St. Pius X.
There is a way to do it, but it's a nuclear option, and they don't want to do that, and that's basically mass excommunication.
Well, but that's the thing. They have the mechanism to do it, but they don't have the precedent to do it, because they would have to excommunicate the entire island of Japan. They can only excommunicate en masse by an entire nation state. So let's say they had to excommunicate the fucking bishops of America. Every Catholic in America would have to be excommunicated to do that.
Would it for the United States specifically? Could it be done by state and not necessarily?
I don't know if there's a loophole that would allow that, but like if we were going by the letter of the law as it was written in the time period, it would have to be everybody within the country, and it's because of the way at the time periods that this law was originally written into canon law, it was usually a bishop of a whole fucking country that did this shit.
All I'm going to say is that as much as I know about like Catholicism being in essence culturally, like, have a cultural Catholic understanding, there are more loopholes in Catholic like doctrine,
except for
than
on nuclear
that of the
options.
English language.
You're right, except on nuclear options. They make nuclear options look... Let's just put it this way. There's a reason that we refer to it, even in religion, as the nuclear option, because there's so many safety mechanisms that not even a singular pope can make the decision. The Pope even has to get approval of the College of Cardinals to do this en masse. For those of you in the audience who don't know this part of history, I recommend you look into the Second Crusades. Go on. But, like, this is what I'm getting at. It's like, this is one of these things where there is precedent for it, but it's nuclear, because the only times they have ever enacted it in history, they were basically committing genocide. Like, they were already getting ready to fucking come and wipe all these people out. They didn't give a fuck about the rest of it. So they made it nuclear so that they could then, and I'm sorry for any Catholics who are still in the audience, although I don't know how the hell you made it to Canto 17.
I mean,
but this was the mechanism through which the church started selling indulgences through the Crusades. Go kill all of these heathens, and you can get eternity in heaven, no matter how many sins you commit during.
That was done during the First Crusade.
That was done through all four of them.
Yeah, that was a key part of crusading in general.
That is literally part of the Crusaders' oath. Like, it's part of their indulgences that they're granted by the papacy through all four crusades and the Spanish Inquisition. They were given the same indulgences. And I forget exactly when it was enacted, but because it was a fucking long time ago, and this is part of their history I don't focus on as much because it doesn't affect me as much. There was a time period in the late 1700s, early 1800s where the Catholic Church not only legalized, made it statutory to torture homosexuals that were found within the church. Like, lots of crazy shit that has happened in the past. These people that were mandated to do the torture were given the same indulgences as crusaders, and given crusaders crosses. Just to put that into perspective for you. For those of you in the audience who don't know, being handed a Crusader's Cross was it's like being given the Medal of fucking Honor. Like, it's pretty much like the highest you can be bestowed for being a warrior for the church. Just a fun little history for you to look into that you will probably not like the result of your search.
Just remember, the idea of live and let live didn't exist for several hundred years.
Several millennia, but yeah. let's just be fair here. I can't blame that all on Catholics. I blame that. It's just a human thing.
Right.
But back to the reading. Despy, if you want to pick up, we're on line 19. As sometimes, I'm going to move it up to the top here in just a second. Let me move it here.
Okay.
And it looks like we're going to be going to 36.
36?
People
all
sitting
right,
there.
fantastic. Yeah. And sometimes wherries lie upon the shore, that part are in the water, part on land, and as among the guzzling Germans there. The beaver plants himself to wage his war, so that vile monster lay upon the border, which is of stone, and shutteth in the sand. His tail was wholly quivering in the void, contorting upwards the envenomed fork, that in the guise of the scorpion armed its point. The guide said, "Now, perforce, must turn aside our way a little, even to the beast malevolent that yonder coucheth him. We therefore on the right side descended and made 10 steps upon the outer verge, completely to avoid the sand and flame. and after we are come to him, I see a little farther off upon the sand a people sitting near the hollow place."
Yeah, this is. I gave this to you for the yonder. That was where you were going to stop. I gave this to you for the yonder, but I do apologize because it is the most stumbly portion of the entire fucking canto. Longfellow did you no goddamn favor. favors. But then again,
Longfellow didn't do anyone favors.
No, he does, because some of these cantos are more beautiful in his language than any of the other translations. That being said,
I meant this one.
No. That being said, in this, going back after we didn't get to the broadcast out last week, I looked over the Italian. The Italian doesn't do it much better. Just to be fair. Like, so, Longfellow worked with what he had on this one. Like, this would have made an Italian go, that's a tongue twister. Like, I cannot see it any other way just because of the sheer number of, like, hard cuts between consonants that are difficult for the tongue to do in general in any language. Like, it's really, really fucking wild. And if Ancom wants to look through it real quick, he can. It's not fucking pleasant. Like, compared to the rest of this that flows like water, this one feels like going over rapids made out of broken glass, comparatively. It's not ugly or anything like that in reality, but compared to everything else around it, it looks that horrible.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. These are...
So,
Seguisse di Scorpion la punta armata. Oof.
That's what I mean. It's not... It's one of those things where even native speakers to the language, while they'll be able to do it, it is going to be difficult because of the architecture of our tongues. Your tongue only has so many muscles to move in so many different ways. It's very difficult to make certain sounds without your tongue in a very particular part of your mouth. So, sometimes it's just difficult to get it from one spot to the other quickly, so either you have to read this very slow, or it sounds crazy.
Yeah, these are, I can see why everyone seems to have trouble with these.
Yeah, now, some of the cantos, when you read through it in Italian, which, by the way, chat, I don't understand Italian. I understand ecclesiastical Latin fairly well, which lets me kind of muddle through the Italian enough to kind of pronunciate the words fairly accurately. But I don't actually understand what I'm reading. Not completely, because there is a significant difference between ecclesiastical Latin, which was developed in the 1st through 4th centuries, to the 14th century Italian I'm reading, that has a lot of like high rhetoric and all kinds of other crap in it that is very difficult to understand. Just for those of you who make the mistake that I did and learn proto-languages, don't. Unless you're going to be a scholar of it, it doesn't help you nearly as much as you think it will. Okay, but now going back to this, the thing that I find weird with this, his tail is wholly quivering in the void, contorting upwards with the envenomed fork. That's not a scorpion. I'm wondering if at this point in time the centipede was still called the scorpion in Europe. Because what they're describing is centipede envenomation.
Yeah.
Forked tail.
Yeah, and like, and when we think of the term fork, we're thinking of something that's either 3 or 4 prong.
Which they thought of 2.
Right, which fork, like if you're actually looking at like a pitchfork, and like a medieval style pitchfork, it only has 2 prongs.
And if it had a third one, it was facing back the other way because it was a hooker. It wasn't a lifter.
Right.
Yeah. It like most people don't. This is a recency bias, and thank you for pointing it out because I should have.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is forked as in the concept of forking lightning. Most people think that a fork of lightning can split into like hundreds of things at a singular point. No, it just happens so fast your eye can't see that each individual time it forks, it is only 2 forks, because what is happening is a minor divergence that's allowing a second path of least resistance to encompass from an eddy force. It will always split in 2, and then it can be a millimeter difference, which we have seen this on video, but it will always be a 2-pronged fork. Never 3, never 4, never more.
Mm-hmm.
Nevermore.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to bring Poe into this, but it was just funny to do so on accident.
Yeah.
Now, and the reason I did, so it makes me wonder if perhaps, while they were aware of centipedes, because it's not like centipedes and millipedes are unknown to Europe, they're fucking in Europe. Like, it's not even like they have to go to Africa or fucking Asia Minor to find these things. They're definitely in Europe. They're just not as big in Europe. At least, I think that's right. I know there's some big ones, but I'm pretty sure those are all in tropical regions. So they have experience, but I wonder if they were all called scorpions at this time.
Because of the tail?
Because of the envenomation process and them mistaking it being from the tail, because it wasn't until the 1700s that we understood that envenomation from centipedes actually came from the two adapted legs by their mouth part, not their tail. Or through adipocine poisoning from touching their skin. Because some of them have like a toxic slime that can cover them. But we didn't discover that till many years after this. So I'm wondering if maybe at this point there was a naturalistic issue here. And I looked, chat. I was unable to find an answer to this, and unfortunately, I don't have an ancient science guy that I could call for this to find this answer out. Because this is like niche knowledge that, like, this is history of science degree type shit. And go ahead and see how many places offer that degree to a doctorate level, which is what you'd need for this kind of crap. I guarantee you it ain't going to be many universities.
Sadly, history of science is an undercovered element of both history and science, because I feel like the fact that we have so many people who, question just basic scientific research these days, don't understand history of science, which is where so many of these things that we currently know come from. And we just don't understand where they came from.
I know, but Ancom, you're. Well, I agree. We need to do this at the fundamental level, because like this isn't just something that a sci history PhD should learn. This is something everybody should know, because otherwise the problems become prevalent regardless. This isn't a top-down approach that we can look at this from. Because when I hear somebody in my city say something over the phone to somebody I'm guessing that they know, like friend or family, oh yeah, we need to get all of those Arabic numbers out of school. And I'm like, you mean numbers?
Yeah.
What are we going back to, Roman numerals?
God, I hope not.
Like, what? Like, I didn't say this because, like, I'm confrontational. I'm not that confrontational, but I'm like, I literally, as I'm walking around the store after I heard that, I forgot stuff that I was supposed to pick up because it hurt my brain that much that I heard somebody say we need to remove numbers.
I guess we can't teach algebra anymore either.
Yes.
That would have been what I brought up. Yeah, that would have been what I brought up. So algebra, geometry, fucking trigonometry, all the all those ballistic calculations you like to do on your fucking amosexual gun are going to be real hard without fucking trigonometry, asshole.
It's going to be really hard for you to post your grief on Facebook if you can't use the algorithm to do so.
Yeah, it's just, well, I mean, algorithm goes after Alan Turing, but still, like, either way, it's...
No, it's, if I'm not mistaken, algorithm is an Arabic term.
It is, but it was done in honor of Alan Turing. That's why it was chosen. It doesn't actually have the historical roots of the Arabic, but it is an Arabic term.
Right. No, but I'm just saying. Do you think people, the people that are trying to take the Arabic numerals out of class are smart enough to know that?
No, Because I only learned that because of a fucking Trivial Pursuit card. Like, honestly, the only reason I knew that is a Trivial Pursuit card, and I love Alan Turing.
Now, the term algorithm originates from algorithm.
Yes, but the reason that we used the English version of it, of algorithm, was done in honor of Alan Turing, specifically. You can look into the history of it. I've never known Trivial Pursuit to get one that wrong. Like, they may get minor details wrong, not usually that level.
I'm going to keep looking into it, because I'm
not, you may be right, but dude, that would be the first time I've ever heard of Trivial Pursuit being that wrong. That's usually the thing they get right.
Is there a cash prize if we're right?
I mean, I don't think so.
I'm kidding.
Well, no, I actually, here's the thing. There may be, because there's companies that actually give a shit about being right and not producing crap. Like, what was it? I forget the name of it now, but there was some fucking trivia game that came out in the 80s, and it used, like, antiquated terms that I can't repeat even on YouTube, for a couple of the answers, and they had to apologize to a bunch of people because of it. Because all they basically did was the equivalent of copy and paste the fact from the book, and didn't think about the implications of, you know... labeling certain groups of people with certain words.
Speaking of which,
yeah, we
should get you and Rich and I together, and Amcom, if you want to join us, you can, and we should all play Is the Pope Catholic?
Oh God.
I won't know enough of the Catholic lore to play it well, but it sounds fun.
Oh, it is. It's hilarious.
I think I have to take my puppy up. Come on, Barbie.
Yep. Now, if you want to play a game to see if you like how well you've brushed up on Catholic history, Catholic doctrine, Catholic tradition, and overall cards that are just meant to be funny, like the sin cards. The sin cards are absolutely hilarious. This is the game for you then. Even as somebody who's not Catholic anymore, it's a fun game. It really is.
Is the Pope Catholic?
Yeah. Basically, you've got to work your way all the way from altar boy all the way up to Pope. While going around decades of the Rosary.
It reminds me of a CGP Grey video asking, how do you become Pope, and he goes through the whole ass process.
Yeah,
wild.
But I mean, like, what was it? Like one of the questions would be like, who is the patron saint of what is it? Of the sore throat, in which 2 candles are crossed and placed on your neck in order to give you a blessing.
Yeah, fuck if I know.
Yeah, it's St. Blaise. But anyway, that would be one of the questions that would be on.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'll lose on some of these and win on others. But that being said, let me move this up. Because...
Oh, by the way, Jack, I did confirm the use of the word algorithm to refer to systems of computation goes back to the 1690s.
Well, then that is something that is very, very wrong on a Trivial Pursuit card, and that would be the first time in 20 plus years that I had that happen.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just very interesting that Trivial Pursuit got one that wrong.
Yeah. From the French algorithme, just referring to early on it was Arabic systems of computation, but then it expanded to.
Is he the reason it got used into computers? Is that what they were trying to refer to?
If he is, I cannot find any reference to it in admittedly short searching.
Oh yeah, and that's why I asked, because maybe they were just off on the wording. Nah, okay,
because
they were just wrong.
I can see references to Ada Lovelace and algorithm being used in reference to her work.
Then yeah, then it was just a wrong card. Okay, learn something new every day, and that's annoying. At least on this one. Well, just because this is one of those ones where it's like 90% of the time when it comes to anything outside of like pop culture facts on Trivial Pursuit cards, they're right. And, like the only times they got it wrong is because literally every history book and every encyclopedia at the time that that version of the game came out got it wrong, and we learned something new after it came out. So it's just one of those things that's wild that they got wrong. That was an emergent property of society during the formation of the game. Like, that's one of those things you think they would have got right. But, be right back. Actually, move this. Okay, so AdCom, it looks like you're going to be picking up at 37. And going to... I actually have to scroll out a little for this one. I mean, like, honestly, yeah, it looks like 37 to 57 is going to be the way to go, because if I go any further than that, we're going to have to scroll out to where it's too small for you to read, unless you go to the spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'm reading on my own machine, so it's fine. But
okay. Well, if that's the case, then because I should be back, I can go a little bit. Then it'd be 37 to 63 would be the best split.
Sounds good.
Be right back.
Then said to me the master, so that full experience of this round thou bear away, now go and see what their condition is. There let thy conversation be concise, till thou returnest I will speak with him, that he can see to us his stalwart shoulders. Thus farther still upon the outermost head of the seventh circle all alone I went, where sat the melancholy folk. Out of their eyes was gushing forth their woe. This way, that way, they helped them with their hand. Now from the flames, and now from the hot soil. Not otherwise in summer do the dogs, now with the foot, now with the muzzle, when by fleas or flies or gadflies they are bitten. When I had turned mine eyes upon the faces of some on whom the dolorous fire is falling, not one of them I knew, but I perceived that from the neck of each there hung a pouch which certain color had, and certain blazon, and thereupon it seems their eyes are feeding. And as I gazing round me come among them, upon a yellow pouch I azure saw, that had the face and posture of a lion. Proceeding then the current of my sight, another of them I saw I, red as blood, display a goose more white than butter is. That last line, it seems weird to me, because at least in my experience, butter's kind of yellowish.
Yes, but freshly churned butter is generally more white, especially if it's made from sheep's milk, which would have been the majority of what most people would have made butter out of at that time.
Yep.
Oh, I figured cows for milk went back quite far.
Oh, they do, but the majority of people at this point in time would have still made their own butter, which means they would have used the most prevalent amount of milk that they had, which would have been their sheep, which they used for wool.
Fair enough.
It's just
also goats.
Goats. I don't know if that would have been in northern Italy at that time. You may be right, but at least as far as I know, that's more of a southern Italy thing.
Right, but I mean, yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, I was just wrong a few minutes ago.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. Depending on what, like the types of shelter that you have for them and like stuff like that. Like goats can live almost anywhere.
Oh no, it wasn't that. I was meaning, but in the 14th century, early 1300s, you would have been talking about what they would have had the most prevalence of based on what was in the region. not because of inability to live there, but just because it had spread to there yet, kind of thing. Because sheep would have been more easier because they grew there naturally. You didn't have to do any extra effort. You could do the itinerant, herdsman, route, that kind of crap.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, and like you're right. Like the butter would be like a lot more like a white, creamy color than that. I'm just saying that like depending on where the milk is coming from will determine like what you can actually do with it.
Oh yeah.
So like churning that into butter, yes, but I wouldn't necessarily use it for like a cheese. I wouldn't necessarily use it for something.
Okay, that part I don't know because I've never made goats or sheep's milk cheese myself. But you're probably
goat's fine. Like I wouldn't use sheep.
No, but I've eaten sheep's milk cheese and it was good. I just don't know like what's different about making it from any other cheese. I just don't honestly.
it has more to do with like the fat content than anything inside, like the amount of fats that you're actually going to have in the milk itself.
Yeah, fair enough.
From what I know, like getting large amounts of fat in sheep's milk, not as much. I mean, you can get a lot of fat in goat's milk.
I mean, you can get a lot of fat, but you generally don't. Goat and sheep milk are usually similar on fat contents from what I remember buying the stuff in the stores. That being said, I think it's one of those things of you use what you got, which is why I said sheep, because we know that most herdsmen in this area were sheep or cattle, and cattle were exceedingly rare because of the just extreme cost of keeping them.
Well, it's not only that, is that you're also talking about like more mountainous regions. Mm-hmm. And when you're talking about like mountainous regions, like they're depending on the cattle, like some cattle just can't handle like mountains well.
Yeah, you're not putting a Texas Longhorn in fucking the Alps and it's not breaking its fucking leg.
You could put a brown Swiss up there, yeah.
Maybe a Guernsey, but that'd be about it. I'm saying maybe, yeah. Well, because the reason I say that is they do Guernseys in Colorado. That's the only reason I'm like, maybe.
Yeah, but the thing is like when you're looking at like the topography of Colorado actually has a lot of farmland, and then it's like you have the Rocky Mountains and then like a complete drop, and then it's like flat. Like
I know, but that's why I said maybe. Because it's not just Colorado, they also do Guernseys in Wyoming and Idaho, all these other places that have lots of hills. So I'll give it a maybe.
Yeah, but like the one thing I'd like to say about this is like we're talking about like if you're talking about like Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, like there are valleys and stuff inside there that are like just completely flat for like
well, there's still plateaus in the Alps. The Alps aren't all like sharp peaks and shit.
Right. No. That's what I'm just trying to get at. I'm just saying like the topography of Wyoming is going to be like vastly different than that of northern Italy.
But Idaho would be similar, which doesn't have as nearly as many flat spots, which would be more similar to what we're seeing in northern Italy, which is why I'm like, I'll give it a maybe. Because I know they do it in the region, but I don't know how much land prep they do, how much land level. Like I don't know any of that crap.
And this is what I was saying. Like brown Swiss are more adapted to be in like mountainous regions.
I'm guessing the name implies where they come from. So yeah.
Yeah. So, but what I'm getting at is that like you would never find a Holstein anywhere near them.
Oh, fuck no. I wouldn't put the Holsteins near the Hollywood Hills. Are you out of your fucking mind? Those things break a leg if they look funny.
I wouldn't put a Holstein near a 0.5% incline.
That's what I mean. I've never dealt with...
I'm guessing Holsteins didn't even exist at this point. The amount of selective breeding that
probably not, but
going on in the last 700 years.
Oh, right. Probably not at all. But there would have been something kind of similar because, as you and I both know, even through selective breeding, you can only move it so far so fast. So we're talking the skinny leg, weak ankled, ones that produce a lot of milk. But if they turn their head too fast, one of their fucking legs might break.
Yeah. And that's on a flat surface. It's not even on an incline.
like when I say this, I've never dealt with cattle on the scale that Despy has because he lived on a farm.
Yeah.
I just drove past this one farm that used Holsteins, and I'm going to tell you, they were taking a carcass out of there at least once a week because they had to shoot one because it broke its fucking leg.
Yeah.
Like, it was bad.
It depends on where they break their leg, and it also depends on like how well like the person's actually taking care of the inside of the farm.
This is a commercial farm. They were outside.
Oh yeah, they're shooting it in the head then. Yeah, they're definitely shooting it in the head.
Yeah, it was a commercial farm, and the only time they went into the barn was to milk them. Everything else, they were outside. They didn't take care of them for shit.
Were they on the rotary, like the massive rotary? Like the timed like where they had like this is absolutely massive like spinning rotary.
Well, no, it doesn't have the rotary. But they had the timed gates because I heard the buzzer as the gates open. So basically, they move from paddocks. But same idea.
Yeah. Yep. No, but I mean like they actually have it where they have this like massive rotary where they funnel all the cows into like slots as this rotary is spinning, and it holds them inside there, and they basically go through the rotary, get milked, and then get put into a pasture, after they get milked.
Yeah, no, this was, I'm guessing, probably very similar to your farm, just scaled up, because they had to have hand put each milker on it. They had to have individuals.
That happens in a stanchion. That happens in a stanchion and a parlor.
Well, but that's what I mean. The milkers that they put on and walk away from, the big fucking overhead stuff. I'm guessing it's similar, just scaled up for what they were doing.
Oh well, I mean, you can do that. You can do like one person can do like 4 to 6 milkers at a time in a stanchion. Like you can do that in a stanchion. It's much easier to do in a parlor, but you can do it in a stanchion.
I'll be honest, I don't know the distinction between the two enough to tell you which this was. I just know that they had the individual stalls in a straight line. That's all I got.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know what it is. Stanchion is where all the cows basically walk in and they go to their particular stall and they wait to get milked. A parlor is where you basically have a door that opens. It allows 8 in at a time, and they go into these 8 stalls. The door closes. You milk those 8. The 8 go out a line to go back out into the herd, and then you open the door to get another 8 to come in.
I'd honestly have to drive by and fucking count it. It may be multiple parlors next to each other, but it's basically a straight line. What I called it was like a fucking a cattle call, like a straight line cattle walk, where you'd be able to walk down their heads and basically touch each one or tag each one, and then the gates open and they walk forward out of it, and then the gates close and new ones walk up because they got like the chest gate.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's probably what is it? What you could call it like a gated gated parlor, in which they're basically pushing them so that they have the correct number that they need to milk, and then being able to filter them based on that.
Yeah, but like I said, we're talking broken leg a week. That being said, going back to this, yes, butter traditionally is white. The yellow butter that we see in the stores comes from the aging process and the salt. Most butter in ancient times was used within 45 minutes of being made.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have fucking refrigerators.
And the other thing is, butter doesn't keep. Butter will go rancid within a few days if you do not use it right away.
Well, and
I know because I make butter with my kids. So
yeah, and I've made it in the past. But the other thing is even if you don't ever make butter, even if you just buy real butter and put it in your little butter sheaf on your counter, it eventually goes bad if you don't eat it.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how vacuum seal you do it. Doesn't matter any of that.
Yeah.
But yes, the yellowness comes from the aging process with salted butter, which is why if you notice, unsalted butter is always lighter than salted butter.
Yep.
Oh, I never actually noticed that before.
Yeah, it's I don't want to say it's the oxidation process because I don't think that's correct. But it is some kind of breakdown done by the preservation of the salt that causes the yellowing. And I don't. And would it be chlorization because it's sodium chloride that's being added? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, I'd have to actually like. God, it's been so long since I did that kind of like weird level of base chemistry. I just don't remember the right term. But it is the chlorine breaking off of the salt, or a ion off of the chlorine breaking off into the butter of the salt that is doing the preservation, and that causes the color to change. And that's because sodium chloride, when burned at a plasma rate, burns yellow. Like, so this is actually a byproduct of the element being added.
Oh, well then that's not the chlorine, that's the sodium. Sodium.
But it's both.
Color.
But sodium chloride does as well. It's not just sodium that does.
Well, yeah. Well, that's because of the sodium. Chlorine has a green spectral color, but it's far weaker than sodium.
But I thought chloride was yellowish green. Because remember, chloride, chlorine, chlorone, like all of these are things as well, and all of them have slightly different spectral colors than straight chlorine, which is CH4.
CH4 is methane, my dude.
Or sorry, C4. My bad. It's early. Give me a break. I slept very little.
C4 is just 4 carbons.
I know I'm doing this wrong. My brain's slowed this
Cl
morning.
is the
Cl4
is the symbol. Okay.
Yeah, Cl4.
Well, yeah, Cl4 is as the molecule, sure, but like when we're talking about the chloride ion, it's not gonna be that different from a standard chlorine atom. Although you don't generally find standard chlorine atoms because it's got that one missing electron that really wants to be filled.
Mm-hmm.
So like I could see it being chloridization from the chloride ion, but I'm guessing the sodium ion's gotta have.
Well, but we're not actually burning at the spectral color. The way it was explained to me is that this is a byproduct of non-high energy reaction causing the yellowization to leach, like oxidation from ferrous oxide will cause red leaching or black leaching depending on the concentration of the oxide, so on and so forth. So this was actually element color leach as opposed to plasma discharge leach.
Doesn't really matter. The plasma discharge color happens just because of the higher blackbody radiation content, and so due to the higher thermal activity, the electrons are jumping up and down on their energy levels more frequently. But like
but that's how we get the that's how we get the spectral color is by heating it until it ionizes.
Yes, but the spectral color still exists, just on a much lower level, where the reflective color tends to overpower it. But when you're talking about something that's being mixed,
we're going way too off because I'm about to bring up indium, and we're gonna go way off on a tangent because that shit has no violet or indigo properties until you fucking ionize that shit. Just saying.
I mean, fair, but sodium does. You find.
And so does chloride. So does chloride, sodium chloride, and just chloride. Chloride's a light yellow powder if you just get it from a fucking lab company.
I always thought chloride was a slight green color, not yellow. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
I mean, at least all the stuff I saw was yellow. Maybe I had old stuff. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's been.
I just know.
Yeah.
I just know sodium is yellow and chlorine is green. So
but then copper is blue. But if you ionize it, it's green. This gets really complicated once we start going further past just the sodium chloride we're talking about. like spectrographic analysis of elements is really complicated, my friends. I barely understand it. I just know some shit doesn't line up with other than it should.
But cupric oxide is green, whereas copper's metallic spectrum is more blue. So
Mm-hmm.
that's just due to the difference.
Yeah, but you can almost never ionize a sample of copper without oxidizing it, unless you do it in a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean,
Or a exotic gas environment, which, by the way, this is not crazy for any of you science nerds. That's literally just the argon you use in welding is an exotic gas environment. That's how you prevent oxidation while you're welding, is the gas tube that goes around the arc.
Yeah,
the only argon I know is the eye of argon.
Yeah, to be fair, an exotic gas environment is basically anything that isn't mostly nitrogen and oxygen.
Well, yeah, but that's what they'll call it if you read it in an experiment. No matter what they use, they'll still call it an exotic gas environment because it's exotic to the environment around it.
Yeah.
That being said, back to the reading because we got far off onto the butter and all that stuff. The other thing I wanted to bring up here is this is a weird way that he phrases this, and it's the only time he does this. And I read through the entire Inferno this week just to make sure whether or not he uses this again. I did not see, but I perceived. How the fuck do you perceive something around their neck that's physically manifest without your... Did he reach out and touch it? Like, what is this? That, like, he doesn't go into further, like, ESP? Like this one bothered me because I was like, the way this is worded, unless this is a Longfellow specific, and I couldn't see any difference in the Italian that would change this.
Mm-hmm.
This is really odd. I want to, and it, at least the commentaries don't explain it well.
I think you're misunderstanding because the Longfellow, yeah, all of them, all the translations, it's not saying I didn't see but perceived. He's saying I didn't know who any of these people were, but I perceived that from each of them, or the neck of each of them, there was a pouch.
Yes, but the way that is worded, he is saying that...
One of them I knew, but I perceived.
Yes, and what I'm getting at is the way that this is worded. Instead of the traditional way of I saw, I looked upon, any of the other wordings he uses anywhere else in the 100 cantos, this is the only time he uses the concept I perceive for something he has seen. And that seems significant, since he uses it the other way every other time.
So let's think about it this way, okay? If you cannot see an object, but you notice that there is, like, let's just say a shadow, even though you can't see the physical object, you can still perceive that it's there.
You're talking about peripheral sight, yeah.
Right.
Perhaps that's what he means, but at the same time, it just seems odd.
But here's the other thing. Like, let's just say that he has, like, the peripheral sight, as well as he hears a sound that correlates with it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but it just seems odd, and it seems significant.
I could get that. I'm just saying that just because he can't see it, like, physically see the item with his eyes, does not mean that it's not linguistically correct to be like, this thing was enveloped in shadow and slapping against, like, the water or whatever.
What I was going to get to is because of the way this is phrased, it made me think that he only noticed it, not because he saw them, but he saw that they were fixated on something.
Yeah. And
he then pieced together that it would have been these old, like Pleiades type pouches. Even if he couldn't see... Huh?
Scapulus.
It could, but at least as far as I can tell, it doesn't reference that specifically, but it could be, because those are also worn around the neck.
Yeah. They're technically pouches because they have something inside them that's...
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Okay, and now the final thing before we move on, because we touched upon it last week, but we skimmed over it this week, and I'm guessing that's because of the trauma response of having to remember fucking gadflies. This is where Dante like goes back on the previous people that he just went past and makes their punishment worse. Before it was just kind of shitty. It was raining fire and they were burning and all this, but then he added fucking gadflies. If you've ever been anywhere near a farm of any kind or rode horses or anything like that, you've dealt with gadflies. Fuck gadflies.
The best way to describe gadflies is pretend that bed bugs were given wings.
And made 10 times larger.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best way to describe them.
Yeah, giant flying bed bugs is the best way to describe gadflies. I agree.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Like, if you get sick animals, like if animals are like sick or whatnot, the flies get worse. We're talking the regular flies, the gadflies get worse. Everything gets worse.
And then you can get the blowflies that actually start infecting the open wound and all kind. Yeah, it gets bad.
Yep.
Is basically what I'm trying to get at is Dante wanted to say fuck you to these guys in particular for a reason that no commentator I looked at, and I looked at 34 commentaries this week, no commentator I looked at addresses at all. None of them even recognize that this is horrible, so I am thinking that every commentator I read has never been near a farm.
Right. Has never encountered a single gadfly, let alone a veil of gadflies.
Yeah, I went through 34 commentaries. Not a single one even has a single point on these tersets, like, to bring up.
Like, and the other thing is to understand is, like, with gadflies, like, gadflies are not just, like, one here and there. Like, they're everywhere.
Yeah, you can't breathe without them.
They swarm everything. Like I'll tell you right now, like, when I had to deal with them, even if it was the dead middle of summer, and I knew that they were going to be out there, it was the dead middle of summer, I was wearing heavy clothing as well as face coverings when I went in to do whatever job I was doing.
Yeah.
Even if it was 90-degree weather.
And it still sucked.
The heat wasn't as bad as the gadflies.
And even with all of that covering, you can't cover everything, so it still sucks.
Right.
It just sucks very, very bad in one particular or two particular spots.
Right. I mean, and to quote basically, what is it? People of the military, embrace the suck because it's really gonna suck.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way around it. Okay, so now that we went back and pointed out the fucking horror that fucking Dante revisited. By the way, also the only times he looks back and makes the punishment worse. So again, seems significant. Nobody else fucking comments on it, and I don't understand why.
Quick question. Do you consider a horsefly and a gadfly to be the same thing?
No. They're similar.
No, horseflies are massive. Horseflies are massive.
They're similar in pain intensity, but a horsefly, let's say a horsefly swarm were to hit your area.
Yeah. There'd be 12.
Well, there'd be like at most like 10 to 12 would land on any one person.
Yes.
With gadflies, it's hundreds of thousands.
It's not actually gadflies. The Italian word tafani here refers to horseflies, only gadflies in the figurative sense.
Well, they'd still suck because they the same similar level of suck on the bite. Just not as many of them.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually gadflies here. I think Longfellow is the archaic language he uses may have had horseflies and gadflies as being similar, but tafani is a horsefly.
Well, and I'm not going to dig into this now because then we're getting into taxonomy and I will be lost for hours, but it may have been that the gadfly was not taxonomically fucking differentiated at that point as well. and therefore everything may have just been called horsefly, and gadfly is the term we invented later. Just
like
saying.
Quite literally, if you're dealing with the horsefly, you're usually dealing with one, maybe two.
And don't get me wrong, the bite sucks. It sucks a lot.
Yeah, it feels like a bee sting.
Oh, I'd say even worse than that. But I'd say like a gadfly on steroids, because it's another 10 times as large as a gadfly.
It's like getting stung by a hornet just once, which never happens.
Yeah. Yeah, and the reason I bring this up is because Dante never does anything incidentally or accidentally in what he writes. He is very intentional in his wording. He is very intentional in his imagery. And that is because he had to be, because what he was writing could have gotten him fucking killed. Writing something like this in the late fucking 1200s, early 1300s, could have gotten him fucking murdered. Like, this could have pissed off the wrong fucking church father, and the proverbial, wouldn't somebody rid me of this meddlesome priest comment gets made, and Dante is no more. Like, that happens a lot in these time periods to people who offend the church. Especially if they offend the church in an area full of a bunch of rich noblemen who basically tie all of their nobility to the church, therefore feeling the necessity to defend said church. And that's pretty much all of fucking Italy at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, like when you have a divine right to your throne, and who's giving them that divine right?
No, I'm with you, but this is my point. Is like, this was a very dangerous thing for Dante to write in his time period. Like, this was like LaVey writing the fucking the Satanic Bible when he did, LaVey, that could have potentially gotten him killed. This is not me endorsing LaVey. It's just pointing out the danger of doing the shit that they're doing. And so, he had to be careful.
If we're trying to put this in kind of like the modern terms right now, it would be very similar, not the same, but similar, of somebody creating a painting that, if you look really close and you squint your eyes, kind of like a magic eye, might look like the Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't even say that's kind of exactly the same, because it's the same kind of danger. Like, the people who choose to do this know that it is at least possibility something bad might happen to them. And Dante lived in a time period where he literally fought in a war that involved the papacy. Like, he understands this on a very visceral level. Like, so he knew he had to be careful in the way he worded this. So nothing he does is on accident, yet nobody comments on the fucking worst punishment he adds after the fact. But whatever.
Yeah.
So just going back to the thing you observed earlier about
perceived.
The Italian Macorsi appears several times. We've gone past it,
but not on sight. But not on sight. Those are always on sound, smells, etc.
Nope. So Inferno 14, line 84. Perch'io m'accorsi che la passo era lici was translated, at least by, let's see, that's a Malebolge translation. Let me switch to the Longfellow. Whence I perceived that the passageway, or that the passage was, and others have translated it as saw rather than perceived. So that's just Longfellow being weird.
Well, but I don't think it's Longfellow being weird, because it's not the only translation that does it. And it seems to be that in these times, especially going back to 14, that's the time period where it's extremely dark. So it would have been more perception of feeling of the environment around them than sight. Again, at least for what I read, it seems to be the only time he does it in Inferno. He does it again later in Purgatorio, and he does it several times in Paradiso, but he does it only this once in Inferno. At least from what I reread through.
I mean, I'm finding multiple instances of...
But you're going back and looking at it and going, well, this other translation says it is C, but Longfellow didn't, Sayers didn't, Musa didn't.
Okay, well, so looking at the other instances that we have come across, let's see here. So, see, we see it in Inferno.
I skipped over Chiardi, so I skipped over that one. Should have looked at his too.
So, Inferno 9, line 85, Ben la corsi che li era de ciel messo, I knew well he was heaven's messengers. Oh, damn it. Digital Dante defaults to Mendelsbaum as the translation when I'm looking at this.
And well, by the way, that's not a bad thing in the traditional sense, because a vast majority of people who read fucking the translation of Dante read Mendelsbaum's.
Fair. I'm going through I want to do Longfellow for these just for the consistency, how he translated it. So let's see. Inferno 9, he said, "Well, I perceived one sent from heaven was he." We already went through Inferno 14.
Yeah, but that's not on sight. That's what I mean. That's a perception. That's a feeling. Again, this isn't the visual cortex being used for that word. That is the entire sense of it, because you can't tell that based on sight alone. Because technically, if you're going by Dante's interpretation of these things, everything in hell is also sent by heaven, since it was created by the same creator.
Okay, then how do you explain whence I perceived that there the passageway was? That is him talking about seeing a passageway.
From what I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the one going back on it right now. I'm not scrolling up with the video. That was the area where it was dark, and most of that perception was like the sense of the area around him. You know, like everybody who's been in a dark room can tell you they can sense the doorway even if they can't see it, because they sense a change in air pressure. Even if they don't understand what they're sensing, they sense it. I'm pretty sure that was a darkened area, because he said previous lines where he struggled to see. Unless I went too far back in the and it was the canto before that was darker, but I was pretty sure that at that point it was dark and the perception was mainly the sense of feeling around him. Again, a lot of this is perception because of the simple fact that we're reading something that is interpretive and poetically worded.
Yeah, I mean, he's also so the full terse says the bottom of it, both sloping banks were made of stone, and the margins at the side. Whence I perceived that there the passage was. And looking at, like, skimming through the lines before and after, I'm not seeing any references to darkness or difficulty in seeing.
Then it's the previous canto, and I went too far back on what he couldn't see.
Okay.
That's because I read the whole thing rather than canto by canto. I read through the whole Inferno. So it's easy enough to miss some borders. But that being said,
the term McCorsey is used multiple times in various senses.
Yeah, and I will just point out, you may be right, at least the way that those seeds feel to me, again, because of the way that the context around, even with the way you worded that one, the slope I'm going to not know necessarily by sight. In fact, many slopes you can't tell by sight at all, but you will tell by the sense of the touch of your feet on the ground. And same with the fact that he's barefoot. That's the same way I would sense something stone, because you don't necessarily know something stone just by looking at it. Just saying. Especially when you're talking in a dark, ash-covered region of hell.
So, there's one other one that I could quickly find in Canto we haven't reached.
Yeah, this is going to be 20 22 or 16?
26.
26. 26.
So the full terse set is with flames as manifold resplendent to all was the eighth Bolgia as I grew aware as soon as I was where the depth appeared. So because of the Longfellow's use of the word appeared there, in this case he translates McCorsey as aware. I grew aware. But
that's because in Italian, and specifically archaic Italian, the surrounding contextual words could change the meaning of a word. Correct?
Yes.
Just making sure I'm not misremembering, because that's why I was like, this again seems to be like a manifestation. He's feeling the heat from the flame, the resplendency of the flame.
Well, there's one thing we do know. And that is, we may not know exactly what Longfellow wanted. What we do know he wanted was to make undergraduate literary students cry. And that's what he wanted.
I don't believe that's what he wanted, but that's definitely what he accomplished.
Yeah. Anyways,
I'm pretty sure that's what he wanted.
I don't think the use of this term here is as significant as you seem to be.
Well, and you may be right, because again, we're reading a translation of a fucking language that the original author barely, or the original translator barely fucking understood. Yeah, and the original author was extremely highly rhetorically gifted in, and probably would have been, 1 in 10,000 who could have understood the flourishes in the languages that he was doing. When you're talking going all the way back to the 14th century and 13th century Italian, he would have spoken. So, like, again, yes, you could be right, at least to me. And like I said, I read through several of them, and while some would say C, other ones put C for other words that I know have nothing to do with sight, because they're trying to make it more understandable to an English lower level education like high school, etc. Like, and you can tell because they start minimizing all of the larger words into more simplistic words at every translation point, not just these ones. So, like, again, like, it's one of those things where, at least from the high scholarly level, this seemed to be significant to me, because all of, like, the scholarly fucking translators seem to gloss over it, but all seem to make the same point of it not being based on sight.
Okay. I mean, that's not what I'm taking from it, but fair enough.
Yeah, and again, I could be wrong. And by the way, your professor could be wrong and have the same interpretation I do. So take that into account. That's the problem with reading this old crap. None of us are ever going to get this perfect, because it's impossible to do so on something that was meant to be interpretive. How do you make a perfect interpretation of something that was meant to be interpretive in social commentary as a whole?
Through dance.
Okay, you go ahead and start choreographing that, Chief. When you get it done, I'm sure we're both going to be long dead, but I'll come watch it, because that would be either the worst experience in history, and you would be put in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy as worse than, Grunsod the Flatulent and his ode to a lump of green putty I found in my armpit one midsummer morning. You will supplant him as the third worst horrible thing in history. That being said, or it will be great, but interpretive dance for the Inferno, all I can say is, if you get it right, I see another Rite of Spring riot. And if you know your musical theater history, kids, Rite of Spring, when it debuted, literally caused a fucking riot. And that's Igor Stravinsky, for anybody who is unfamiliar with the composer. It is actually a beautiful work to listen to. But yes, when it debuted, I think it was Paris. think it was like 20 people died in the riot. It was not good. Like, lots of people got fucked up. But now, getting back to the reading finally, because we went off on the tangent on that one point about perceived, because I still think that holds, but you may be right because of the fact that it's Longfellow. Although I tend to favor the people who at least actually spoke Italian like fluently, to the people who had to translate it from books, which is Sayers and Musa. That being said, and one with an azure sow, and gravid and blazoned, had this little pouch of white set unto me. What dost thou into this moat? Now get thee gone, since thou art still alive. Know that a neighbor of mine, Vitaliano, will have his seat here at my left-hand side. A Paduan am I of these Florentines. Fully a time they thunder in mine ears, exclaiming, Come the sovereign cavalier. He who shall bring the satchel with 3 goats. Then twisted his mouth, and forth he thrust his tongue, like unto an oxen that licks his nose. By the way, anybody who's envisioning this, that should freak you the fuck out, because human tongues don't do that. Just saying.
And I know I said this last week, but the other thing about cows, when they lick their nose, they twist their tongue into their nose and then twist it back out.
Yeah, so like this is like some Trauma Studios level fucked up shit that he's describing
and just
here.
so you know, this isn't like when cows do this. This isn't just like one in each and then done. This is like a repeated process over and over.
Oh yeah. A lot of times getting rid of flies and amongst other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's not particularly pleasant to watch. By the way, there's several other ungulates that do this. If you've ever been hunting for deer, you will watch deer do this too. It's rather fucking unnerving.
Yeah, well, I'll say is that the cow's tongue is longer.
Yes, and like 5 times as large. Hence why fucking tongues are like, you could feed a whole family on a single tongue. I fear.
Slice it thin, make sandwiches.
I mean, or just braise it until it's tender and serve it like roast. Takes longer, but man, tender is fucking. It's so good when you get it to that level. That being said, a fear lest my longer stay might vex him who had warned me not to tarry long. Backward I turned from those weary souls of code. So again, I'm going to point this out. He was told, basically by Virgil, like, go over there. I got business to do. He went to he walked away, got there, got told to fuck off, and basically turned around and left. Like, this was the quickest turnaround. Like, I want to hear the conversation between Virgil and Geryon, yet we don't get to hear that. I wish because he had come back so quick, it would have been like the little kid you told to go play who came back and heard you telling the story that you were telling your buddy that you'd wanted the kid out of the room for. Like, I wanted that part. Like, damn it, we should have got to hear what he said to this demon that made him carry them down without divine intercession. Or was there divine intercession and Geryon tells us who sent him? Blah, 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 blah. Like, we don't get to know any of that, and it bugs me. It will always bug me that we don't get to know that. Like, why did he send him away? Why was this a conversation that he couldn't hear?
Hey, maybe it was something that only people in hell are supposed to know.
I mean, if that's true, then there's a lot of stuff that Dante learned he wasn't supposed to learn anyways. What was different with this one? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it leaves that kind of like unscratched itch sensation. Like, okay, this demon is the most significant singular entity they've shown us besides the angel who came down at the city of Dis. Yet these are both conversations that we were not allowed to be privy to. Because he sent Dante away for that conversation too.
Yeah, maybe it's something the living shouldn't know about.
Yeah, it still bugs me. It's like it's just one of those things. And here's the other thing. Again, going back to what I've been saying for weeks and weeks and weeks now, even in this, where he is in one of the deepest layers of hell, character Dante, and therefore also author Dante, expresses humanism for people that, at least according to his beliefs, are justifiably here. Calling them weary souls as opposed to justifiably punished souls or damned souls or any of the things that would indicate like some level of like acceptance that this is a warranted punishment for these people. He shows sympathy. Not open sympathy, but enough to where he sees that they're weary from their punishments, as opposed to this is what should be done. Again, seems significant because he does it all through hell and purgatorio. And in the 1200s and 1300s, humanism was not a thing. Well, it was a thing, but it was not a thing like it is today where we had like proper terms for it and shit.
Yeah.
Like
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
See, I took it as him simply being descriptive, right? He was just saying that they are weary of their punishment as a purely descriptive usage.
Still, but your choice, but your choice of descriptor implies your intention behind the description. This is implying somebody who is weary of their punishment. Yes, doesn't go into the justification of that punishment, which is what most Catholic like authors of this time period would have done if they were expressing anything about somebody in hell. What most Catholic priests would have expressed about anybody in hell, etc. So it is odd that he chooses to show a humanistic interpretation and portrayal of them as the author, and therefore as what the character therefore sees, when this is not the norm in the late 12 and early 1300s. It's just interesting. I can't say that I can't even say it was intentional. I can't say this is him intentionally trying to be humanist, but it is him showing humanism. Oh, these are the worst. We're getting to the worst of the worst in hell, and he still has sympathy enough to recognize they're weary. Think about the fire and brimstone crowd today. Catholic fire and brimstone priests in the 14th century weren't any better. I'll point you to Savonarola in the 16th century as an example. Like these guys didn't really chill out until very recently. Like the fuzzy Catholic priest that's like your good go-to guy and all that stuff. That's a very recent adaptation of what was interpreted of what these people preach from the pulpit. Like yeah. Like, and when I say recent, I mean recent in the history of the church, last 100 or so years.
Well, let's just say that Vatican II changed a lot of things.
Well, but that's even more recent. I'm talking like, but even then, they were like, even in the early 1900s, we started to see the shift of, hey, maybe we shouldn't be preaching like this crusader type shit anymore. Like that's when it started to shift. At least in my experience of reading up into the history, that's when the shift started to happen, was the early 1900s. I don't know what the specific inclination was that led to it. I don't know if it was a Pope edict or a College of Cardinals shift or what caused it, but it seemed to happen then. Now, getting to, I point this out every time, Ancom, because every time he shows humanism for somebody in hell, that is abnormal for this time period. It was seen almost as heretical to view people in hell with mercy, because their punishment was their mercy, according to the church. That's why this is odd. This is why it's significant to point out. Today, this is normal. In fact, this is almost heartless compared to what we would say today if we were walking through this kind of scene.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But for his time period, this was revolutionary to say it like this. You know, as we pointed out a few tercets ago, this was the kind of thing that he's writing that could have gotten him killed by order of actual clergy. Not just somebody being mad at him, but the clergy going, no, go get that guy specifically. So, like, this is something that I will point out over and over and over again, because at least in my eyes, he marks the start point of when we start seeing humanism as a norm start to crop out from, like, aristocracy. Because, like, you will remember, like, as you start going through the Age of Enlightenment and the Renaissance, etc., the aristocracy, even though their fucking methods were demonstrably fucked up and horrible, their intentions, at least in their mind, they were trying to do good. They were trying to help these people. They still were malicious as fuck in the way they did it, but they were trying to help. And that starts around this time period, because they weren't trying to punish these people. They were trying to save them. They weren't trying... Now, we can call this cognitive dissonance, all kinds of other stuff by our modern understanding. But in this time period, to start voicing these opinions was dangerous. Think of people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X during the Civil Rights Movement. It was dangerous for them to request their rights and fight for their rights. The suffragettes in the 20s. It was dangerous for them to fight for their rights. People died fighting for these rights.
The 30s, the labor movement in the 30s, people demanding 40-hour work weeks and whatnot.
And weekends.
A lot of people died with
that.
Yeah.
And this is my point. Like, these are things that were very, very dangerous to say in the time that these were said. It's not that they're significant now in the grand scheme of things, because by today's standards, they're heartless pricks. But when it comes right down to it, in their time period, they were probably the best we got. At least that we have, like, historical record for. If there were better people, they got lost to history and nobody wrote about them.
Yeah.
Like, it just is what it is. So, like, that's why I point this out, Ancom, is because to me, he is the first, at least in Europe, like European thinking. There may be others in, like, Islamic thinking and, you know, ancient rabbinic thinking in North Africa, all kinds of other things that have happened that may be there that I just haven't read. But at least in Western thought, he starts it, in my eyes. And that's why I think it's so significant to point it out, because he showed that it was possible to show these things and not be murdered for it.
Well, from what I understand of the history, he wasn't murdered for it, but not for lack of trying.
No, he was exiled. Yeah, but it wasn't because of order of the church, is what I mean. It was, like, that's what I mean. Like previous people who had tried things like this were literally fucking put on the rack and shit like that. Like, yeah, this is not a good time period to go against the most powerful church in the world. And especially when they're at their most violent time period following the end of the Fourth Crusade in 1250. It's been less than 50 years by the time this book is being written. So there's living memory of crusaders. There's living memory of people, like, genociding whole peoples at this point. Like, that's significant to think about.
Yeah.
Like, most people don't really think about, this is, like, yeah, lifespans were short, but people lived to 60 or 70, like, especially in the aristocracy, fairly regularly by this point. And so, like, yeah, there's people who were alive during the last crusade. during this point in time. Maybe some people alive who fought in it, even. So this is like, yeah, so to show kindness to the damned, to the heretic, to the blasphemer, like, this is really significant in this time period. Like, that's why this matters, in my opinion, historically, and why, especially if you have a good professor, he's going to throw one of these kind of questions at you, like, what is the significance of this show of, like pity, or this show of forgiveness? Because even theological, like, professors are going to ask about this on occasion, because this was, like, for Western thought, this was new. Was it new to humanity? Fuck no. But to Western thought, as a concept, as a wider philosophy, this is new at this point. But now I'll get back to us not being able to get the question, but or hear the conversation rather. I found my guide, who had already mounted, and upon the back of that wild animal. See, here's the other thing. He calls Geryon a wild animal. Geryon seems like the least wild animal we've seen portrayed to this point as well. You know what I mean?
It also could be but oh,
I was going to say, yeah, I was going to say it. Like, that just seems like the best descriptor he can think of because of how fucking wild Geryon looks.
Maybe
compared to what they would have known contemporary animals to look like.
Well, no, and I get what you're saying, but to me it just seems slightly interesting to call it a wild animal rather than a demon. Since obviously Geryon is a demon.
I think it's a very different colloquial use of the word. Like
feral beast type thing.
Right.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, it just seems oddly placed because Geryon, at least in description, acts rather orderly. Like, comes up, only like puts the proper portion up on the ledge so that the people can get on. Doesn't come in all like crazy and like gnashing of teeth and all the other like some of the other stuff is done. Like it seems like very like this scene, with the exception of his looking back and seeing the worst punishment on the people. The scene itself seems rather calm. This big ass air taxi flies up onto the side of the cliff, goes, "Do-de-do, hey, go over there, I gotta talk business." You come back like 2 minutes later and homeboy's already mounted. Like, this is the calmest scene so far. Like, it seems just weird to call it wild to me. It just, like, the juxtaposition of that word in this scene just feels weird.
Yeah. I just like go it back to like different words that had different meanings in different time periods. So you mean you had like hound and dog. Like, it used to mean like what is it, like hound, like refer to a like what is it like all like canines, and then dog was a particular breed or like a mutt breed or whatever, and then it got reversed in which hound like became like the colloquial use like completely hounds, changed.
Yeah, I understand that, but still, like, it just seems, like I said, it's just a weird juxtaposition of word to put into a calm scene. It's the equivalent of the Tempest in the Teacup kind of, like, it just feels weird. Maybe he did it on purpose to make it feel weird. Who knows? But it just feels weird to me.
A different translation may, like, a different word here may make more sense. The term is fiero animale, which
feral, right?
Is kind of literally fierce, but it could also mean like savage, frightening, furious, raging, intense, depending on the specific context here. It could also mean proud. So could mean a lot of things, and it's a little bit difficult to tell just from the context.
Yeah,
which sense he meant.
Well, yeah, but by the way, it's not just Longfellow who does wild animals, so this is why, again, it just feels off. It seems like the translators themselves put more implication into it than Dante himself, since he used an ambiguous word.
So Musa uses fierce, and Sayers uses fearsome as
which,
the descriptor here.
Again, doesn't seem to describe this. A face of a just man that's acting calmly and giving you a ride does not seem fearsome.
I mean,
or fierce.
He did have a giant stinging tail, a forked tail at that.
But that's our own innate fears of what we know of other animals. Nothing in his behavior makes
nothing
him
in the
fierce.
behavior, no. But the pure, just the visual description of him, he's a huge serpent.
With a human face and hairy paws. Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, that's scary as shit. That would be terrifying for me to see, much less someone from 700 years ago.
I guess this is the advantage of having done a lot of hallucinogens. That just sounds like something cool to see to me.
Oh, fair enough. From my perspective,
yeah, maybe to me that like I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool as shit.
You're not wrong. It does sound cool, but if you think about it from his perspective, holy crap, that thing must have been terrifying.
Yeah, and like I said, maybe this is just a bias in my perspective, because to me, like, the whole idea of, like, H.P. Lovecraftian horror doesn't make sense to me, because the idea of seeing Cthulhu, that would be fucking cool to me. I'm like, okay, this dude's giant. Damn, he just keeps getting bigger. Fuck, that's a lot of tentacles. Like, it would just be, like, that's how it would feel to me. I know the whole idea, it's so massive in scale that it makes you lose your mind, blah, blah, blah. But, like, that's a description given by Lovecraft that doesn't make sense by the rest of the descriptions he gives in the book. Because then he makes everything sound, like, very, like, interesting, like, yes, potentially lethal, potentially, like, horrifying, but, like, you want to go look at it and see what the hell it is. Same kind of thing in this to me. Like, the way Geryon is described, this sounds like a chief denizen of hell before we had the concept of demonology that gave us, like, the princes of hell. You know what I mean?
Well, if we're talking about demonology, we're basically at a chicken and egg moment then right now too.
Yeah. Well, it was before we had the princes of hell as, like, we have translated into like D&D and stuff, to where modern people still know about this shit. But, like, they still had the concept of greater demons. Like, I mean, like, I can go all the way back to Abraxas. Like, his first mention comes in, like, the 1st century, etc. Like, there's a lot of these things that go back way farther that they had the concept of demons. Especially in the fucking 14th century, the Catholic Church believed in demons. We sent fucking exorcists out to deal with them.
I know what I'm getting at is that, like, a study of demonology was like was more
abstract,
invigorated.
Maybe
by Dante's Inferno.
Maybe at least to my knowledge, I don't know that that's the case, but maybe because the time periods kind of line up within a few decades, which at this time period could be enough, because of the way knowledge disseminates out. So it could be, but at least to my knowledge, I don't know that. I'd have to clarify that with, like, an occult expert like Beckett, or somebody who, like, really dug into that side of shit, or Rezi, etc. Like, somebody who's almost an occultist, because that's going to be getting into that territory. And I don't want to say that one wrong, because that one, I don't want to give Dante more credit than he's due, and he's due a lot. Like, it's one of those things, like, did he affect it? Probably. Did he cause it? Ooh, now that's a much bigger question. Like that's one of those oh shit moments to I don't want to say wrong. Now that being said, now we descended this. I'll go back. And I found my guide who had already mounted upon the back of the wild animal and said unto me, be both strong and bold. Now we descend by stairways such as these. Mount thy in front, for I will be midway, so that the tail may have no power to harm thee. Such is he who has so near the ague of the carton and that his nails are blue already and trembles all, but looking at the shade. Now we did have to look up this word last week. Ague is not a typo, as I originally thought. This is actually a fucking word. I forget the exact meaning. If I remember, it's like pallor or color. But yeah, this is a word that is interesting to use. Just put it that way. I think that Longfellow used it to fit the rhyming scheme, or the not rhyming scheme, the syllabic scheme of the tercets. Personally, because it seems to make it fit, rather than any other word that I can think to replace it with would do. That being said, it's interesting because the way that he is describing Virgil at this point, is very different than the way he described him earlier. I mean, he described him as pale, but this almost seems to be describing like dead, cold, blue, non-oxygenated, like body. And the way it's described here, it seems to be describing like not just dead, long fucking and obviously dead. And that seems, I don't know if that's a trick of the light, if he's doing that intentionally, or if he's trying to symbolize the deeper through hell Virgil goes, the more or the less alive he seems until he gets back to the Temple of Light. Or Citadel of Light, sorry, not Temple of Light. And it seems, again, a significant visualization that he's giving here. And I don't know if it's concern for his guide, or just descriptive, or if he's, again, like I suggested, trying to describe like the passage of the hells taking its toll on Virgil. Ancom? Nothing?
Yeah, I sorry, I was looking at the translation again.
Yeah, I heard the slight as you started looking at it. That's why I was like, you got something?
I wasn't meaning to
No, I know you weren't, but because I heard it, now I'm curious what you found.
Yeah, so what's really weird to me is the word in the Italian reprezzo refers to usually disgust, repugnance, horror, that sort of thing. So si prezzo alla reprezzo basically means to be near to disgust, or to be near to repugnance. It's a weird, like, it could be one of these cases where the Italian, like the position of the Italian isn't matching the position of the translations, because sometimes they do move things around in the translations, but usually Longfellow is pretty faithful to it. Musa and Sayers, I've noticed, sometimes will move a line around just to
I'm looking at the lines around it, and I'm not seeing anywhere where that could technically be pulled to. So yeah, that wouldn't make sense anywhere else either. So it would have to be here. Because if you look at the following lines, there's nothing even close to that, and Longfellow never moves it more than a tercet.
Yeah, and like cipresso means is near, basically, and so Longfellow says he is who has so near the ague, So yeah, the word here is very
The
confusing.
disgusting, well, the way, because this is the way we looked up ague, the way this is being interpreted by Longfellow, this is to do with the pallor of skin as he then goes in of his courtin that his nails are blue already and he trembles all over looking at that, looking at the shade. In this time period, a shade is like a prominent like folklore thing in most of Europe. Like that would have been like trying to give the interpretation of like a long dead undead, if that makes sense.
Mm.
Like at least in appearance. Like maybe that's not what he's trying to say that Virgil is specifically, but that's the kind of appearance that he has taken on. And like because that's going by all the rest of the context clues and the fact that when we look up the literal definition of ague, it means pallor. It seems to, or of pale coloration. If I remember correctly, that would indicate that this is at least Longfellow's indication, even if it wasn't Dante's indication. And Dante's indication, it seems to be of repugnancy. Like, so it could be disgusting. It could not even be necessarily describing a particular aspect of his visage, but just the overall effect of it being repugnant and disgusting. As you pointed out.
Yeah. That,
like,
yeah, I can see that. That makes sense.
Like, so it could be Longfellow interpreted it visually and Dante interpreted it as the whole, or vice versa. Who knows? Like that's the honest way you have to like kind of look at this. Is it's like because of the ambiguity of the word, it just seems to be kind of giving an impression as opposed to a literal description. If that because looking at the shade, like if he's looking at the shade, either he's referring to Virgil as a shade or he's referring to Geryon as a shade. Geryon's description doesn't match that of a shade by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
At least none that I've ever fucking heard. I've never heard a description of a shade that looked like what they describe Geryon in this story as. Like, period.
No.
Like, nothing. Okay, so I'm not the only one who's just like, yeah, this doesn't line up with that. So, to me, it seems to be describing Virgil. And at that is meaning, cat, stop it. You're being a butt.
I agree with that statement. That means that cat, stop it. You're being a butt.
Sorry, but it's meaning that he's looking at Virgil when in the way that this is worded. It's trying to point out the overall countenance of Virgil as he is looking at him as he's mounting before him on the back of Geryon. Here's the other thing. Virgil saying so that the tail has no power to harm thee. The tail really wouldn't have the power to harm him in the first place? Like, if they're mounted in this way? Like, the way this thing is described, like, it doesn't make any sense. That in the, it's weird. It seems to almost... Go ahead.
I mean, the way he's described is that his tail comes to a dual-pointed tip, but is held as a scorpion's would be, meaning pointed forward from the back. So
which is why I brought up the centipede stuff earlier, because that's how centipedes will hold the...
Yeah, but if you're riding on the back of this thing, then the tail would easily be able to stab you in the back.
Except for he's described as a long, sinuous serpent, which means that tail end would be so far away. It's one of those things of the architecture. This seems to be based, I mean, obviously it's based on mythological, like, biomechanics because of the creature being described. But it's one of those things of the whole myth of the scorpion that stabs itself in the head.
But, I mean, the longer the tail, the easier it is to curl around and bring it to the front.
It's a serpent. It's not an invertebrate. It has,
Well, no.
Serpent tails don't bend that way. They don't have the, they don't know, but they have
a snake in my enclosure.
I know. No, but not in the way that an invertebrate can. An invertebrate's architecture will allow it to bend far more than a actual skeletal structure in this case would. That's what I'm talking about. You will still get a curve to the point where if he tried to do this, like you're talking about, like the snake doesn't, the architecture of the muscular of a serpentine body doesn't have the ability to flick the tail in that direction in that way because the joints aren't lined up like that. Yes, they can get their tail around, but they're twisting their body, not snapping it forward like a scorpion tail. You know this. You know they're twisting their body because you can feel it.
Yes, they're but like that form of attack would still be possible. It's just in a different, like, their body would be folding in a different direction than an invertebrate's would.
Yeah, but my point is, this wouldn't be a protection against the tail if it could do what you're describing. And it would not be a protection from the tail if the tail is restricted like I'm describing, because there would be no need for the protection in the first place. Because if it's moving in the way you're describing, it wouldn't be able to sting where they're doing as it's flying, because the serpentine body is going to be the low point. It's going to sting itself in the wing before it gets to them sitting midway in the wing. This is my point. Because of my knowledge of biomechanics, it seems wrong. It seems based on mythological proportions that don't match up. Like, if we were to build this creature, let's say we get CRISPR to work perfectly and we can create all of these chimeric creatures one day. If we were to build Geryon, he would not be able to move like that. You know what I mean?
God could do it.
I'm sure Dante thought the same thing, but fuck you too, buddy.
You're welcome.
Yes. But that's my point, is it just seems like one of those things where it's like he is doing it as a proffer of protection. At this point in time, because of the intercessions that have been made, if Virgil were to disappear completely, Dante would probably still be fine, because he's literally had an intercession from the Virgin fucking Mary. Yeah. Like you can't get any higher intercession than that until you get into the triune.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things where it seems like a noble part of the story, but to me, with my modern knowledge, seems like performative than more than anything. Like, think about it. Naturalists at this point weren't dissecting snakes and being like, oh yeah, every snake is gonna, have the ability to move in this particular way because this one that had a broken tail when it was young was able to move in this particular way. Like, even in the 1300s, they weren't that bad.
Yeah, but he's building a lot of this in the world of imagination where anything can do anything. So
I know, which is why I said my modern knowledge and modern interpretation is why this feels weird. Because I'm looking at any snake skeleton that I could find, like a taxonomy, like a full skeleton of. None of them can move like this thing describes. Even if I completely deflesh them and only have the cartilage and ligaments connecting none of them can move like this. It's just one of those things that my science brain kicked in, and I couldn't avoid thinking about it during this week after we read this last week. I kept thinking about it like, Virgil, you performative prick. You know you're not doing anything. Because let's think about this. Really. Let's just say this tail is as big as it's described. Because this is a big bitch. That point would go through Virgil like a bayonet and get both of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, let's just take all the.
Unless Virgil believes him, like,
Virgil is adamantine. He's made out of mithril. Yes. What the fuck is this?
No, he's made out of unobtainium.
But this is my point. It's performative, at least to my eyes in modern times. I'm sure that is not how Dante meant it, and I am sure I am not the first person to think this when reading it. It seems performative because he has the highest intercession that is permissible, outside of the triune being the direct intercession, which wouldn't be intercession, would be intervention.
Yeah, but also you have to consider the fact that Virgil has been doing shit to protect him the entire time. So unless all of that was performative,
with the exception of the initial 3 beasts, I believe it was, because that angel would have came and opened the gate at the city of Dis regardless. That was not, Virgil didn't send the angel. This is my point. I was thinking about this all week.
I thought Virgil did call the angel to the city gate because, like, he couldn't get through, so he was like, "Shit, I need more firepower."
But he didn't send it. Dante could have requested that same help, and since he has the highest intercession plea possible, being interceded by Mary directly through I forget if we confirmed it was Rachel as the second part, but Beatrice is the third part, and then finally Virgil. Like that, like this chain of intercession is pretty much as high as you go. Like I can't think of anybody in the Bible anywhere, even like the apocryphal books, who would be a higher intercessory prayer than the Virgin Mary herself.
I mean,
can you?
That's fair, but like, I think he's still working off of an understanding that though intercessed for by Mary, like he still has to have a guardian of some sort with him.
He needs a guide to show him the way, but that's not protecting him, that's a guide. And that's why I say the protection, to me, seems performative, because the protection isn't coming from Virgil, it isn't coming through Virgil. 90% of the time, these protections are external to Virgil. The only time it is not is when Virgil is guiding. That's it. He doesn't actually protect them from anything. He just guides them from getting lost. Now, getting lost in this hell, I'm guessing, is a contrapasso unto itself. To bring up something we haven't brought up the whole time we've been going. But like this is like that is probably the answer that the Virgil is. He is the answer to the contrapasso of finding yourself lost in hell. But it is still the angel, or let me rephrase that, the one time that Virgil quote unquote protects him through guiding him is guiding him past the wild animals in the very, very beginning.
Yeah.
I don't want to mistakenly leave that out before we move on. But yeah, that's my point, is like, this seems performative. It seems maybe not intentionally performative, mind you. Like, Virgil may fully believe that he's protecting, this is not indicated that this is like nefarious or anything like that. It's not that. But it seems performative because in reality, Dante's going to make it out. Virgil's not. And that all comes from that intercession, not Virgil's intervention.
Yeah, I think the interpretation of Virgil believes he's doing something useful makes sense.
Yeah, like I'm not saying he's nefariously like trying to trick him. Like, I'm not calling him an evangelical performative type shit. It just seems performative because with the intercession that Dante has, there is no chance he's not making it out. Yeah. I mean, beyond the fact that it's a fiction, like, obviously, but the way the fiction is articulated, he is making it out no matter what because of the intercession through Beatrice, we believe Rachel, and Mary. Like, that would be, like, insanely, like, to put this into perspective for anybody who is not raised religious, that is like, for especially not Catholic, an intercessory prayer from the literal mother of Jesus would be like a rubber stamp into heaven in the grand scheme of things. Like, according to all Catholic dogma and doctrine. Like the Pope himself couldn't give you a higher intercessory prayer. And that is the vicar of Christ on earth, according to their teachings. Even he could not be a higher intercessory prayer than this.
Oh yeah, he wasn't born a virgin.
Born of a virgin, no. Yeah, but that's my point. Is like according to their doctrine, she is the, like, no, you get in. This is your gold card.
No, she is the model of the perfect human.
Yes, and supposedly her son the perfect male version. But yeah,
well, no. What I was getting at is that she is the model of the perfect human that's not a deity.
yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. Like, you get the exemplar in her son, and she is as good as is possible for human. Yeah, I'm with you. That's what I mean. That's why you can't get higher than this. Like, that's my point. Is like, to a Catholic, the idea of this prayer not working would have been alien.
Yeah.
Like, Virgil is superfluous beyond guiding. That's the protection is secondary, like, means nothing in grand scheme of things. And that's only, again, because of modern understanding of, like, do you think most Catholics knew this in the 1300s, that this comes from a doctrinal or dogmatic interpretation of their teachings as opposed to scriptural? Fuck no. Most people in this time period didn't fucking read anything, let alone the Bible. Like, they didn't read shit besides numbers, and that's because they did trade.
Yeah, what they knew about it was what their priest told them.
Yeah. So it would have been completely alien for them to even think in this concept. Now, that being said, we are back up to you, Despy. Yeah. The reason I stopped where I did is because, again, like, this change in Virgil's appearance seems significant. I don't know why. As you can see from the words on the page, we don't have a superset numbers that in the Longfellow commentary. I didn't see commentary in Sayers either on this particular change in countenance. But it seems to be like an attempt, at least by the Dante the author, or Dante the narrator, one of the two, to be giving us a passage effect on Virgil. Trying to show that Virgil is not unaffected by these travels, I guess is the best way to put it.
Okay.
So, but now I'll move this up for you.
And at even such, and then where am I going to?
I don't think he's saying that Virgil is looking like this. He's saying I became like this at the words. So Virgil says, sit in front of me so that the tail can't hurt you. And then he uses this tercet to describe someone who is leaden, or who's pale-faced, his blues, like, basically deathly became I at these words. He was so terrified at the words Virgil just spoke that he became this thing he's describing.
Yeah, but it seems like he's describing Virgil and then he became it with the words. Like, it seems like both. Because the way he's looking at Virgil, such as he who is so near ague of courting that his nails are serpent, and then even such became I at those proffered words. It seems like he's describing both.
Yeah, the he here is not Virgil, I don't think.
The only other person it could be would be Garrett. Well, the only other person it could be besides Dante would be Geryon, if it's not Virgil.
He's not talking about an actual person. He's talking about a hypothetical person. such as someone. Like,
maybe.
The word he with
no,
someone.
I mean, it could be rhetorical, but like it seems to be, again, describing the environment around him based on the rest of the context clues. But you could be right, because again, the shift is easy to happen in other languages.
Based on the translations of Musa and Sayers, that seems the better interpretation here.
More cohesive to a modern interpretation, perhaps. Better, that requires more translation than any of us are capable of to know who's more accurate.
Fair.
Just saying. Because we got to be careful with that kind of like modifier, because I think reading it in Longfellow is far more beneficial, because Longfellow appears more than anybody else as far as like college syllabi, as far as like what you are required to read for your class. Therefore, this is the one that more people are going to be familiar with, that are forced to read it for university, as opposed to the majority who read it for choice, who choose Malebolge, which is the most sold copies of it outside of textbooks.
Yeah.
So the reason I'm choosing this is, since we're doing it for educational, this is why I've chosen this. I don't know if he's necessarily the best. I'm guessing probably not. I'm guessing probably some of the Italian commentators that even I can't fucking read, because their books aren't translated effectively into English, are probably better, but they aren't used in most university syllabi, so that's why I didn't pick them.
Okay. Just for record, Malebolge also supports this rhetorical interpretation, because he says, as one who feels the quartan fever near, the shivers, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and I get where that interpretation could be there, but to me, it seems such as he talking about Virgil. It really does, because of the way that the last line ends, the way these are coming, and it waits a full tercet. Even such became I. It seems to be then describing a second person, not an exemplar, then I became this. If that's all he had to do, the middle tercet's, again, needed.
Unneeded, perhaps, but this is a poem. He's doing it in a very artsy, flourishing style.
You're right. But Dante never does anything by accident, so why the unneeded extra flourish? There's going to be a reason for it, and maybe I'm right, maybe they're right, I don't know. But there seems to be a reason that this is there beyond just the flourish, because he never does just a flourish. The flourish always has a social commentator or a linguistic commentator within it.
Perhaps.
Think about all the other times we've had to go over this, where it's like, oh, well, yeah, obviously there's this in his past, etc. We only have so much access to why he does what he does.
Yeah, and like, you say he never does anything without a commentary, and I'm like...
Or a linguistic commentator. It's either a social commentator or a linguistic commentator. So it's either a play on words, or it is a social commentary that he is bringing in as allegorical form.
Yeah, I mean, as what was it? As Freud said, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. So it seems like one of those times where maybe he's just doing it to have the flourish, and it doesn't have any deeper meaning. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying it seems
if it would be the exception, not the rule, when it comes to Dante. Yeah. But yes, I agree it's possible, but it's one of those things where it's, because he does it on every other time, it's really hard for me to form that conclusion, because he almost never does that. And like the only other times I can think of where it's obvious that he does that is like De Monarchia, which is a totally different work.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like, maybe. Like I'll give it a maybe, but it just doesn't seem right to me based on everything else we're reading thus far and what we're going to end up reading in the future for this particular work. Like, it just doesn't track with this body of work he did.
Yeah.
Now that being said, Despy, if you want to continue.
At such?
Yeah, wait, no, we were at. I had scrolled back up to get to the part that Ancom was talking about.
Okay, and then go to where?
Oh wait, no, went too far. That's the even such. There it is. Went to even as instead of even such. Looks like even such to 105 and his pause. So like just before he gets into the air. Yeah.
Even such, I at those proffered words, but shame in me his menace is produced, which maketh servant strong before good master. I seated me upon those monstrous shoulders. I wished to say, and yet the voice came not. As I believe, take heed that thou embrace me. But he who other times had rescued me in other perils, soon as I had mounted, within his arms encircled and sustained me, and said, Now, Geryon, bestir thyself, the circle's large, and the descent be little. Think of the novel burden which thou hast. Even as the little vessel shoved from shore, backward, still backward, so he thence withdrew, and then he wholly felt himself afloat.
Okay, see, now this is one thing that I found interesting, and that was where I was going to be stopping. So 102. The vessel.
I thought you said till
102.
drew.
Oh, I did, but I should have said 102 because this is where he first gets into the air, and that's what I did say was when he first gets into the air, because he calls him a vessel. It seems odd to call a creature a vessel. Just again, novel wording in this that I don't understand if that's a translation error. Which could be, because there's only so much we can translate it from Italian into English. Sometimes you have to do a little interpretation there, because there isn't a literal translation to do so. Or if this was intentional, because like this almost seems to like remove the personage of Geryon from the way that he's wording it. Like he's trying to dissociate like personhood from this creature. Even though it has the face of a man?
I don't see that as what he's doing at all. He's saying, even as the little vessel shoves from shore, backward, still backward, so he thence withdrew. He's using metaphoric imagery to say, like you would shove a boat off from the shore going backwards. This is how Geryon moved.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is it still seems very odd to do so when he described him as coming up as a creature, describes him leaving as a vessel, when the creature leaving would make just as much sense, especially from a serpentine creature that has limbs to push like some of the ophiosaurs, not ophiosaurs. There's some quote unquote squamate that still have their front limbs. I forget their exact name. Mole snakes, I think. I forget now. But still have their front limbs where they can push themselves back. It just seems odd to like depersonage it in this way, even metaphorically, as he's getting on the back of a beast that he is described thus beforehand. It just seems odd. It's an odd thing to do in English. It's an odd thing to do in Latin. Therefore, I am assuming it's an odd thing to do in Italian as well.
I don't think it's that odd, because when you have a bird, or like a bird going into the air or a creature going into the water, they always do so forward. Right? You have a bird flying or going forward to take flight. You have a crocodile or alligator, whatever, going forward into a river. Here, he's describing that Geryon is going backwards into the space.
Yeah,
that is a very odd thing for any creature to do, and so he's using the metaphor of a
except
boat
for one of the
give
ones that you
imagery.
listed as crocodiles, which will literally back into the water into ambush. Because this is what I mean. Like, it's not as odd as you think. It's odd for us to think about it when we interpret it from like an educational standpoint. But no, certain birds will fall back out of their nest and fall into flight as from free fall. Like, it is just because the standard teaching model of this thing is this does not mean that is always the way it happens within nature. And
yes, but that's not what. Imagine it from the point of view of someone who would be reading this. They would expect if Geryon is to be taking flight, he would do so forward. So to do so backward is unusual, and he's using the metaphor of a boat being pushed into water backwards because it hit the shore forward, so you have to push it backwards in order to get back into the water. He's doing the same thing.
Yes, I can understand the visual that he's giving, but there is still... I think you misunderstand the point. Yes, I can understand the imagery. I understand it perfectly well. It still seems odd to do so. Because when you... It really should, because when you start to depersonage or de-life a thing in the description, this is a psychological tell of the authors that do so. There is a reason that this is done, even if it is not intentionally done so, because of the dissociative effect of either trauma or the attempt to dehumanize it, to diminish it below that you consider good and natural. This is something that is studied linguistically. Like we know this to be something that happens almost universally in all language. I assume it to be in Italian, since I know it to be in English, the language it's translated into, and Latin, the original proto-language.
Well, maybe this is the reason he wasn't privy to the conversation.
Potentially, yes. Maybe his bigotry got him for the joke. But it just seems odd to me, because when we do this, there is a psychological tell happening in this. There is a certain level of dissociation from the thing going on when you start referring to living creatures as things. Be they a person, be they a beast of burden, when you start to refer to them as things or compare them to things that are not alive, even in motions, this is something that tells you more about the author. And trust me, if we were to dig into this psychologically, Freud may say one thing, but we know Freud is a bunch of bullshit on most of the crap he put out. Just because he's right on a few things here and there doesn't mean every quote he said is accurate. There are certain things that we... I know. I was just punching back in fun. Like, that's why I'm grinning about it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's one of these things where this tells you something about this. Either he intentionally did this to dehumanize the creature, depersonage the creature, or he subconsciously did this. And which it is matters. And we will never know which one it is in reality. See, you think it normal because, and forgive me, my friend, but like me, you have a bit of the tism, and we can compartmentalize and start viewing things in a very materialistic lens when we start looking at scale. When you start looking at population scale, it stops being people, it starts being a thing. Because it functions slightly differently. It's just the way our brains work.
It just seemed to me the easiest understanding of this was he was using metaphoric imagery to describe the motion of this beast, because it was unusual for something that can fly to back itself
except for that you're talking about they live in the mountains where they have kites, kestrels, that will grip onto the sides of cliffs and jump off backwards. This is my point. Like, this is something these people who have much more of a connection to the natural world than we do, because we hadn't fucked it up yet by building over everything, would have seen these things naturally happen in the environment around them. It wouldn't have been as alien to people as it is today, who generally only have experience with these animals through education and textbooks and small video mediums. We're told the only bird that can fly backwards is the hummingbird, because at that point they're talking about level flight backwards. There are plenty of kestrels, for example, that will dive out of their nest by falling backwards. That's starting flight by going backwards.
Yeah, but it's not exactly common in the world.
No, very common, especially in the Alps. Like, kestrels do this all the time because of building some species, I should say, because of building their nests on cliff sides. Like, that's what I mean. Like, this is different for us in the modern time, in modern cities, where we don't see the natural world in the same way because it's not there in the same way. We don't get to see these things in their natural environment because we've paved over it and built houses in it, and it's no longer in the same traditional fashion. These people aren't used to seeing these animals when we picture it today. They're used to seeing images of these animals through education medium, or occasionally at a zoo. In Italy, North Africa is not unknown. Crocodiles sink backwards into the water regularly. Serpents will slink backwards regularly. They know ophiosaurs even in England. So again, serpent-like creature. It's not like this is even unknown to Longfellow. It's one of those things where it seems to be more the psychological tell than an unknown motion that therefore needs to be put into metaphor to give a greater example of. The reason we tend to do more metaphor today is because these things don't have a general day-to-day real-world counterpart. To these people, it did. They used metaphor for things that didn't have real-world counterparts to them, not generally things that did. Same modality within the incentivization of speech and linguistics. Am I so far off, Desby? I'm sure this is probably true in Japanese as well. Metaphor comes from metaphor usually comes in when you don't have a day-to-day example within like lived experience of the contemporary, is when you resort to metaphor for explanation as to just general description.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I mean, this seems to be an incentivization of necessity of speech and communication as opposed to any one individual language, which is why it seems to traverse every language, at least any one I've looked into.
As we've commented here before, Dante uses a lot of metaphoric imagery even for things that should be fairly obvious. He uses a lot of poetic language.
But with intent. That's my point. He's either doing it as intentionally, in which case this is an intentional depersonage, or it is a subconscious depersonage. Immaterial at this point. We will never know which one it is because Dante's fucking dead. We can't ask him. We won't know. But
all right, who's got the Ouija board?
Yeah, but which it is changes the entire meaning of this tercet. If this is an intentional depersonage of Geryon, this is a dehumanization and like diminishment or diminution of a demon. If this is unintentional, this is the thing he thought up scared him so much that he did it without thinking about it. Which it is would actually mean very, very different things by the wording of this tercet. Don't you agree on that part?
Yeah.
And that's my point. We'll never know. So think about it when you read these things, when you get to these parts that have these weird idiosyncrasies of language. Those are idiosyncratic regardless of which language it's in. The only difference is what words are used to the actual pronunciation of it. But the idiosyncrasy is there regardless because of the innate form of communication necessities. Like, high rhetoric is rare. Even in, like, people who are gifted in high rhetoric, everything they write is not in high rhetoric. Think about how fucking absolutely goddamn fucking insufferable it would be to read Aristotelian or Platonic logic if they only spoke in high rhetoric. I don't know about you, I think I'd rather scoop my eyes out with a melon baller than try it.
Yeah.
Just saying. Now,
I'd give it a go. No.
You're a fucking masochist, my friend. You're a fucking masochist, my friend. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, like, no, it's like when I was trying to read through like Al-Ghazali. Al-Ghazali uses high rhetoric a lot, by the way. His stuff is so hard to read, even in translation into English, because my Arabic is definitely not fucking good enough. Like, even in English, the high rhetoric is so thick that, like, you read through a page and you want to take a break. You feel like you just got through, like, a whole chapter with one goddamn page. It's ridiculous. Ugh. You go outside, pup?
That reminds me of Chomsky.
Actually, no. That is a good modern example, and why I never tell anybody to read him unless they are absolutely dedicated to this style of thinking. Because if you aren't wholly like invested, he will make you a fucking Republican real goddamn quick just because you hate him. Come on, Barbie, let's go outside. Outside you come. Come on. Okay, so. Now, I understand what you're meaning, that it could just be the visualization of a ship withdrawing from shore, but that's not even how this is described, like, as you go into the next part of this, which is, again, why I don't think that's why he did it, because he's descending and moving, again, he even extends it like, you know, like an eel. It is the way this is described is it's going back and down. If your boat is going back and down into the water, it's a submarine. Just saying. It needs to float, not...
I mean, that's the thing is, you know, we know he's actually flying through the air, so the description of a submarine in air might not be entirely,
I know, and that will go to my next point about the way the water falls a whirlpool, but we'll get to that as you read it.
The ship could not be seaworthy also. I mean,
this is true. Barbie, where'd you go, baby? Honestly, it looks like Ancom, you'd be going from 103 to... I mean, you can go all the way to 120, but 117 doesn't get us to the whirlpool, and therefore not our tangent, so we could stop before we get to it.
Sounds good.
Or you can take it all the way to 123 and steal my laments. Come on, Barbie.
No, I'll give you the laments. All right. There where his breast had been, he turned his tail, and that extended like an eel he moved, and with his paws drew himself the air. A greater fear I do not think there was. What time abandoned Phaeton the reins, whereby the heavens, as still appears, were scorched. Nor when the wretched Icarus his flanks felt stripped of feathers by the melting wax, his father crying, "An ill way thou takest." Then was my own when I perceived myself on all sides in the air, and saw extinguished the sight of everything but the monster. Let's see. Right. Onward he goeth, swimming slowly, wheels and descends, but I perceive it only by wind upon my face and from below. So it seems like he's saying, yeah, basically he's saying he was terrified because he was just in the air, couldn't see anything around him except the monster that he was riding on.
Well, yes, there's that, but it's also like this kind of goes back to my point about it being dark. Like, it seemed like the deeper in hell you got, the less light that they had available to them, and therefore the more this perceived seems less based on sight. Because the thing is all you can see is Geryon. Everything around him is either so far away or so dark he can't see it, and all he can perceive is the motion because of the airflow. So either this is a extremely wide cavern, which seems kind of odd considering, tightening rings. Possible, but it would seem to counteract the topology given thus far. Or this is very, very dark around them because of lack of light sources, due to the fact that around the entire rim of this thing that they're descending are the convergence of the 5 rivers. Which obviously we can get to as well, because getting into this being the confluence of the rivers has a whole another layer of implication.
Yeah.
Ugh. Despy, anything to add? Okay. She does have to sit out there on her own for this last little bit. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, like, the reason I bring this up is because of the simple fact that we had a small disagreement last week that I still think has some validity because of the way this is described as a whirlpool, but it seems intentionally done. Like, I don't think this is an accident. I don't think this is a byproduct of the language. I think he's trying to give us an otherworldly feel in the way that he perceives this. Because of the way you're going down through the whirlpool, at some point you would have to pass through water, so it seems like the whirlpool forms and then spreads, so it seems like you go from air, and at some point you would pass either through a very narrow eye of a whirlpool and just barely avoid getting wet, or you would be passing through water at some point as we go on. And I think this is important to bring up, because when Dante focuses on the otherworldly aspect within his writing, it seems to be him trying to show a level of horror that he is incapable of writing. And he's wanting to make it your own internal fears as you read what fills that dark space. And I think that's intentional, because of the simple fact that if you get too specific, as my friend here who helps me edit the stuff I write says, sometimes telling is too much. You got to show. And sometimes you don't even show, you let them come up with it themselves. I think that is the mechanism being used in this, with greater reflection since last week. I still think it is intentionally meant to give this kind of fucked up, like, how is this happening to the person reading it? To give that otherworldly impression, where he doesn't really give you the exact way it happens, but something weird just happened as you descended, type thing. I had heard already. Oh, go ahead, Anka.
Oh, sorry, I was just responding. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh no, you're fine. This is delay caught us. It's fine. I heard already on the right the whirlpool, making a horrible crashing under us, whence I thrust out my head with eyes cast downward. Then was I still more fearful of the abyss, because I fires beheld, and heard laments, whereat I, trembling all the closer cling. I saw then, for before I had not seen it, the turning and descending by great horrors that were approaching upon divers sides. As falcon who has long been on the wing, who without seeing either lure or bird maketh the falconer say, Ah me, thou stoopest. descendeth weary whence he started swiftly through 100 circles, and a light far from his master, sullen and disdainful. Even thus did Geryon place us on the bottom, close as the bases of the rough-hewn rock, or close to the bases of the rough-hewn rock, and being disencumbered of our personage, he sped away as arrow from the string. See, like, this just seems to be meant to be, like, jarring. This last little bit is meant to, like, to put it in modern terms, it's a cliffhanger with a fucking multi-hook in the end of the season finale. Like, it's what it feels like. It's like, it's supposed to make you go, wait, what the fuck did I just, what? And then it just never explains. Because where'd all these horrors go? What were the horrors? They were circling us. Were they flying? Were they floating? Were they, other things like Geryon? What the fuck was it? You know what I mean? We'd never get an explanation. And I think that's intentional.
Maybe it could be the fact that at the speed that they were going, Dante could see them, but it was so fast he couldn't describe them.
Well, but I would agree, except for what he says in the second to last tercet, descendeth weary whence he started swiftly, through 100 circles and a lights far from a master, sullen and disdainful. So he started quick, and then he slowed down as he was circling, like is the way this is just being described. At least that's the visual I get. Unless you have a different interpretation of that part. I don't think this is quick. I think this is more the darkness, because all the light's below them. If you're looking down into light, the stuff to your sides is going to be, like, really hard to see. Like, think about it like, you've been on stage before. You get too close to the front stage lights. Suddenly the person 5 feet to your left, they're fucking gone. You can't see them.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing is what I'm feeling here.
You have to perceive them.
Or reach out and grab them. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to, that's what I'm interpreting, because all of the light is below. And he says that he can't see anything. All he can perceive is the wind upon his face and Geryon upon which he rides. This, like I said, either width would have to do this. So the distance would have to create the darkness by the sheer lack of proximity. Or it would just have to be fucking dark. And a single light source in a dark environment makes your eyesight really shitty everywhere that the light isn't. So it's one of those things that's just how I envision this, is like, it's meant to make you fill in the blanks. Not because Dante couldn't, because as we found, before this point, and we are going to find throughout the rest of it, he's more than capable. I think this was more, he wanted this to fill you with the little bit of terror type shit of whatever was the most scary to you.
This reminds me of the Willy Wonka ride on the chocolate river.
Oh, the boat ride thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no telling where we're going, and the rower shows no signs of slowing.
Just less Technicolor and singing, but yes, the same idea.
Right. No, but I'm just saying, like, the creepy, the horror, the thrilling aspect of it.
Yeah, I'm agreed. I'm just saying, just less Technicolor and singing, but otherwise, yeah, 100%. Yeah, that tracks perfectly with what I'm, like, how I'm envisioning this. It's meant to make you fill in the blanks of, oh shit, what the fuck just happened to me.
With that said, there might have been a grizzly reaper that was swimming in that whirlpool there.
Well, I mean, there's so many things that it could be, and so many things we may even interpret it to be if we were to look at the things like, the demonology that he studied from Islam, the demonology that he studied from North Africa, demonology he studied from Catholicism, from Catharas. Like, he had access to all of this in Florence. He may have fucking been too freaked out to pick one. Like, he may have been like, nah, fuck that. I don't even want to write about this shit. As to what this particular thing was, because to him, the unknown was scarier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we think about it, most people, they don't really internalize this level of thought. The things in your nightmares are more terrifying than anything you see in real life, yet the shit in real life can traumatize you more. Why?
I don't know. Guinea worm is pretty terrifying.
Guinea worm's pretty terrifying. There's a Suriname toad that what? Oh, okay. My cat's being crazy and just scared, just freaked my wife out of myself. But there's a Suriname toad that gives birth out of its back.
That's freaky.
Yeah. You ready? Come on. Ugh. Yeah, no, it's just one of these things. I forget the exact name of the species, but yeah, it like, don't Google it if you're weak stomached, because it is like, I have seen some fucked up shit. It made my stomach go, ooh, like just a little bit. And if you want the exact name of the toad, it is in... There is a Forrest Valkai video where he's going over a Reacteria is the name of the series that he's working on. It's one of those where he brings up this Suriname toad, and the way he describes it is wiggly and terrifying, and that is the most PG version I could give you to. It's fucked up. Like, there's no other way to say it other than wiggly and terrifying, and that's fucked up.
Yeah, it sounds like Forrest.
Well, yeah, and he was doing the John and Jane video shit. I know you've seen some of those.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He was basically counteracting one of their misclaims, and he brought up this particular animal, and he was like, "Don't Google it." Well, my dumb ass Googled it. I should have listened. So, fair warning, don't Google it if you're weak of stomach. I'm not weak of stomach, it still turned mine. But, going back to this part, like, as this is going through, the way he describes this descent is it starts quick. This is why I envision the Kestrel thing of push back and take flight type thing, because that's how they start. They start with a quick push, they use gravity to gain their speed, and then they ride air currents, and, you know, obviously after certain points of time without the right thermals, you end up just doing slow, lazy circles after a point. And that seems to be what is describing here, is because the Falcon found neither bird nor lure to bring them down, so they had to come down the whole way slow. You know, the falconer never called, etc.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's just how this is described to me. Now, this could be a misinterpretation based on modern falconry compared to what they did with falconry. I can't tell you, because we don't have the ability to know that, like how much plentiful the animal life was and all that, and if this is a more like learned habit over generations of falcons being bred for the sport of falconry. Like, no fucking clue on any of this, but at least from what I know today, that's what this seems to be describing, is that kind of marble chase that's on the wrong slant. It's the best way I could think about it in like a mechanical format, where that marble's still going, but man, it just slowed the hell down. And for those of you youngins, us old fuckers, before the age of electronics, we had these things called marble runs, where we had to put ball bearings in it and watch it just fly all over the place, because that was
don't worry, that shit's all over YouTube these days. People know what marble runs are.
I saw the one that the guy did into like an instrument. I didn't know a bunch of people made other stuff. I thought that guy was just making
they have like, racing, marble racing.
So Gel's marble runs is literally, he puts a bunch of different marbles on a course often built on like beach sand and just lets them run, and then he does an entire commentary.
Race commentary.
race commentary. It's great. I love it. And he also
I'll have to check it out.
where they're more like the Olympics.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Honestly,
I had saw that one guy, the Austrian dude who built that like really elaborate contraption that drops all the marbles onto all the different instruments and all that shit to create a one-man band where all he has to do is sit there and crank it, and it just constantly recycles the marbles and retells the story like a... The best way to describe it, it's like the most intricate music box on earth, because it uses the same kind of programming wheel for the song.
Wintergatan.
I think so. I'd have to see the face, but probably.
He's really well known for making exactly what you said, like a marble-based music box.
Yeah, it's amazing. But that's not the same thing we had. Trust me. Go look at just look at pictures of the marble runs we had. Yeah, jackasses, you spoiled youngins. You guys can 3D print this shit. We had plastic stuff that we had to use a level because we weren't sure if our tables or houses were level, and if it wasn't perfectly level, the thing didn't work right. I still remember the first marble run that ever had the integral level built into it. Dude, like, the first time I saw it, I was like, why the fuck didn't we do this shit all the time? Oh. Now, that being said, because I still think that kind of gives the interpretation of this with a little bit more humor, but, like, these slow, lazy circles as you're descending through a whirlpool, like, this is either a whirlpool of air, which is possible since air is a fluid, in which case they literally descended through a tornado.
Yep.
Or this is a whirlpool.
Hurricane.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd call that a whirlpool or a cyclone. We'd have to get into that later, because that's some fucking nerdy nuance that they don't need to fucking watch us argue over. Or they went through an actual water-based whirlpool, so they went from dry to wet to dry, which means, like, this area below is either, like, some kind of air bubble, some kind of supernatural effect, which we're in hell, that can be a thing in hell, that is making this area, like, such a weird traversal that they or transit that they would have went through, because they said they're staircases, but they're using Geryon to descend, which means you could have walked the outside of this thing, yet it's described as like waterfalls from all these rivers converging on a big ass fucking hole. Like, spiral staircase down that. I don't know about you. If you've ever been anywhere in the general vicinity of a fucking staircase, that seems like a really useless staircase because it's just a slip and fall accident waiting to happen. Like, I got within like 50 yards of a fucking waterfall on a flat surface and was slipping all over the place like it was ice. I could not imagine stone surfaces in a spiral descending down the side of rough-hewn cave walls. I cannot imagine it would be any better. Let's add steepness and like a precipitous fall on one side instead of big flat rocks. Yeah, this just seems like bad juju.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I said we could bring this back to the five rivers, and I think that this is interesting, this changes the rivers. Did you not notice that? These rivers are all water. What's the phlegathon? The river of fire.
Also water.
No, it's the river of fire.
Oh, will it?
Yeah. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, if you go through the topography of hell from the Greek mythology that this is being based on, the river Phlegathon is the only source of, like, quenching thirst within hell, within the underworld. It is also, you have to scoop up fire and drink fire. It's not a liquid. You have to scoop up living fire and drink it to be able to quench your thirst in hell, because everything in the underworld is a reverse land, essentially.
Huh. Alrighty then.
That's why the only way to get out of your hell with your memories intact is to pass through the river of forgetfulness and only retain those memories that make you wise.
Yeah, see, this is a lot of stuff I just didn't know.
By the way, you should, because that's the river our friend is named after, the Lethe.
Well, yeah, I knew the Lethe was the river of forgetfulness. It was the context of the only way to get out was to pass through the river of forgetfulness.
Yeah, if you go by the Greek mythology, obviously Jesus didn't have to pass through the river Lethe within the Bible, but these rivers aren't in the fucking Bible. Like that's like that's the other part of this. But yes, if you're going by the concept of the underworld as being depicted here, which is a reimagining with the Christian overtures onto the Greek underworld, and as was described earlier, when we went by the Phlegathon, it was a river of fire. So I pointed out how dark this area is. It shouldn't be. But it is described that way for multiple cantos.
Unless, is it like, is the Phlegathon a bright fire or is it a blue flame?
Bright fire. Like okay. the way it is described in the myths, it is one of the only light sources in the entirety of the underworld, and it is what gives the deep red glow to the underworld until you get outside of its influence. And to get outside of its influence, you are pretty much in the deepest levels of Tartarus.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, you are so far down, you are getting to the prison of Kronos and shit like that. Like, to put it into, like, a perspective that people today might know because of Percy Jackson. Like, this is, like, the deepest, deep shit where is the only place this red glow doesn't permeate to. And then you get the starry sky because Tartarus, his parentage, comes from a linking of the earth and the sky, and the aspect of that in their mythology, his skin twinkles like the night sky. So when you get deep enough, you can eventually see the twinkle of the skin of Tartarus himself, because Tartarus is both a place and a person.
That seems to be true of a lot of things in Greek mythology.
Especially once you start getting to the dead stuff, yeah.
Yeah, things being, or like, names referring to both places and people within those places.
Mm-hmm. The last time we were live, because the broadcast error last week was, I think, the first time you got on camera. Oh, freaking big she's got.
Oh my goodness.
She's got huge. She's almost as big as her dad. And he's a big old chunky pug, because unfortunately after he sired the litter, my daughter got him fixed. And y'all know what happens when you fix a dog. It just, the weight starts piling on no matter what. Like, it's almost unavoidable. It is avoidable, but it's almost unavoidable.
Yeah, well, it's not fun when that happens, though, because that means that the dog's going to be hungry all the time. And then you have to be super careful about any minor scraps that fall off the counter or anything that gets, like, anywhere near, like, anything the dog can get anywhere near.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. But, yeah, she's probably going to end up weighing the same as her dad, but she will probably end up being bigger than him length and height-wise. I just don't think she's going to end up building out like he did, because he's a pug, all that goes along with that. And she is only half pug, and then quarter golden retriever, quarter mini poodle. And Despy's like, ooh. I saw that look. What do you have against poodles?
I'm just thinking about this, about like who's mom and who's dad, and
The
how all
mom
these
is a
things
miniature.
happen.
The mom is a miniature golden doodle, which is the half golden retriever, half miniature poodle.
Okay, then that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I thought they were full size.
No. I thought she was a full size standard poodle too. With the gold, because when we first were told, it was just told golden doodle. Well, we were then later told mini golden doodle, which is fine. It's not. I mean, that's actually better because I'm gonna have a smaller fucking dog than the fucking monster that would have became. But not that cat. The one cat that hates her guts with a fucking passion is the one that she wants to play with the most. You chase that cat, one day she's gonna turn around and she's gonna fuck you up. And I'd rather you not lose an eye, so chill out.
Or a face.
No, but like as we like close out this week on this, like, is there anything you guys want to add about the Canto? Because when it comes down to it, like, this is, like I said, I think this is an intentional like oh shit moment. He's intentionally trying to make it unnerving, like as he's passing to the end of this canto, with this descent being described as it is. Like, I think that's what this is meant to do, the disorienting. But beyond that, I got nothing else to add.
When I read the last line, he sped away as an arrow from the string, my immediate thought was like that exit where someone's like, I just need to get the hell out of here, and literally splits the ground with the amount of force that they need to get to shoot out.
Oh yeah, I absolutely saw a fucking Roadrunner fucking cloud of smoke behind Geryon as he fucking took off. Like this, like the way this is described is he's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Like this 100%. And that's why it makes it interesting to me that we don't get the conversation. Like, the angel before, everything was like, I won't say calm because that's not accurate, but cohesive. You know what I mean? Like, everything kind of flowed at the same like rate. Whereas this, we go from, oh my god, there's this crazy thing that just came up out of the fucking nowhere, blah 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 blah. Okay, now I have to go away for a minute. I come back, my guide is already mounted and telling me hop on. We hop on, we speed off like a bat out of hell, and then slow down to a crawl, so the proverbial hurry up and wait. And then when I get there, my taxi fucking kicks me out and fucking throws my bag out of the trunk and takes off like a bat out of hell again. What the fuck is this scene if not meant to be like jarring to the reader? Like this, like there's no like metaphor like giving us like wider implications of like the contrapposos of hell. There's no wider implication of like the topography of hell other than this little descending, you know, chute. Like this is all just MacGuffin, for lack of a better term.
Maybe it was just jarring to the character, so it's jarring for the reader.
Well, and therefore the writer probably intended that to a point. And I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Is it seems like we still use this trope in a modern way with the idea of the surprise twist with a cliffhanger at the end of a season finale when you don't even know if there's going to be a next season. Like, it's that level of like, what to the reader is what he just did here in a more archaic sense. And the reason I think he's doing that is because as we are getting through this particular area of hell, we're getting into where he goes, like, as we're pointing out, we're only on Canto 17. There's 34 if you count the first one in the Inferno. This is the halfway point. We are more than halfway through hell. The social commentary starts getting heavier and heavier from here. And I think that's what he's trying to do, is trying to, like, he's given us a little social commentary mixed with a little rhetorical commentary mixed with a little political commentary. And I think what he's about to get into now is, hey, shit, you need to think about this. You're a shitbag kind of territory. And I think he's doing that intentionally to kind of break these two sections apart. Bancom? Anything, Dad?
No, yeah, the whole canto seems just not terribly
vital.
Eventful. Yeah, like
it's a taxi ride with extra steps. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you could have just said, I walked down some stairs, and it would have achieved the same ultimate purpose.
Potentially, except for this otherworldly horror, this existential horror that is supposedly Geryon, even though the way that he's described sounds more like a fucking cool-ass, like, Sphinx Chimera hybrid.
Which, to be fair, to a 14th century person, the Sphinx is also a terrifying creature to think about. I mean, we think of it as cool, yes, I grant you.
Well, but no. We think about it as cool and terrifying, as they, I'm sure, did. Hence why we had knights trying to go hunt down dragons and going to North Africa and stabbing river monitors in the face. Because they thought that was a dragon. Yeah, I'm aware. But that's my point. Is like, there was always the people like me who were described. It just seems weird to describe it as something really cool and make it this really intricate description that is weird, mind you, but none of it in and of itself is terrifying. Big, hairy arms and fucking clawed feet. That's 90% of carnivorous mammals. You know what I mean? The serpentine body. Ophiosaurs, if not outright serpents, are vastly known to Europeans at this point in time. Maybe not the particular pythons and boas that I'm thinking this seems to describe, but snakes are known. So on and so forth. Like, none of it is specifically terrifying except for the amalgamation of it, which is what a lot of people in modern times attribute to the Chimera of ancient Greece, but the story of the Chimera of ancient Greece wasn't about terror. That story didn't teach them about terror. It taught them about overcoming adversity, because this thing was the most adverse thing you could overcome, because it had the worst of everything. That was the whole point to that story within their folklore. Like, so how much of this are we adding our own interpretation of this is scary? Because, like, to me, it could be my own modern interpretation that this is cool. But it also could be my modern interpretation that this is terrifying. And they viewed it totally different back then because of their different understanding of the world that we have today. I joked about my hallucinogen usage in the past, giving me maybe a different perspective than most to think, oh, this would be something cool to see. I'd be like, wow. And I feel the same way about Lovecraftian horror, like the idea of that, like, that is an alien concept to some people. But is that because of the societal implications we place on these things? Or because the thing itself is so terrifying? See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, Lovecraftian shit isn't scary. I mean, some of the stories he wrote, absolutely. But, like, the imagery, not really. Like, it's more the emotional state of what is happening in the sequence of events of the characters within Lovecraft that make you, like, feel shit. Not the description of the elder god shit. You know what I mean? Like, that shit isn't scary. That shit's like, ooh. That's like, if not awe-inspiring, like fear, like fear-inducing, and that kind of like stunned, God-fearing thing. That'd be at best. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm trying to get at, is like, how much of this is we put so much emphasis on Lovecraftian horror as these existential, otherworldly horrors that are beyond the ability to describe within words. as a societal construct of this thing, versus when you actually read it, just like we're reading this. Was this meant to be terrifying, as Dante the character reacted, thought-provoking, as we all take it, or was it meant to be a highly cool description to kind of draw the reader in? We'll never know the actual intention because the motherfucker's dead, but again, something to think about, because as you said, the whole canto seems superfluous. It doesn't seem to serve a purpose other to introduce Geryon and have his ass disappear at the same time.
And also to describe the torment of some more denizens of hell, which, unlike most of the other descriptions of torment, included no one that Dante recognized.
Well, but
like in almost every other case where he's described some punishment being,
but they weren't even new denizens of hell. He just had to go back a little ways, so he's seeing people he already walked past.
Mm.
You know, that's my point. It seems weird, like, and I mean I know I'm being very colloquial and almost parochial in the way I'm phrasing this, but like, this is one of these things that scholars should go, wait a minute, this doesn't fit anything around it when you actually look at it as a whole. This isn't just like exposition. This isn't world building in the traditional sense when you're doing storytelling. This is a side quest in modern interpretations. This is Khajiit has wares if you go get me skooma. Like, that's what this is. The only difference is, instead of Khajiit has wares, it's Khajiit has taxi ride. But, like, to put it into, like, the simplest terms, that is what this whole canto is.
Yeah.
And to me, that means something because of what I know of Dante and all of his other writings. He didn't do this on accident, especially not 136 lines of it. He didn't have a page count that he was trying to hit. He didn't have a fucking editor breathing down his neck on a deadline, or he just started adding filler to hit his quota. Like, he did this for a reason. He included a whole canto to talk about Geryon, who is a demon who would have been almost unknown to anybody in Europe. And then he doesn't really talk about him. He describes him a little bit, gets a taxi ride from him, and then he fucks off.
Yeah.
This is an anomalous portion, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but there, like, I'll zoom out a little bit and scroll. You can see how few citations. 208 is the last one in here. The first one's 199. There's 9 fucking subset citations for this whole canto. We're on Canto 17, and it starts at 199. That should give you the rough frequency in the previous cantos thus far, and how little this is commented on. This is an anomaly. And I think that previous commenters didn't know how to address it. I don't necessarily know that we know how to address it, but they didn't, because they didn't know how to address it, they didn't bother pointing it out. I think that if, when you're doing this in your classes, people who are watching, to focus on something like Canto 17 or Canto 6 back in the previous video, these are cantos that, if you were to focus on them and write a really, really compelling like case in your coursework, you could potentially be creating new scholarly insight into a work that is over fucking 450 years old. Most people don't add stuff to anything older than that. Like, the scholarly inferences tend to then be built on other scholarly inferences after that point. This is, these two in specific, you could potentially give whole new, inspiration and interpretation to these cantos. because nobody focuses on why this. What period reason was so focused on, or pertinent, or potentially parallel, that Dante felt the need to bring up this particular demon of fraud, but only cursory touch on this demon being about fraud, go into a badass description of them, and then get a taxi ride from them, and never go into the fraud therein. There's more to this than is being pointed out by any of the commentators. And we're missing it because of the separation of time between when this was social commentary on and what we have historical record of. At least in my opinion, based on everything we see in this canto. And for those that like, I have emailed people with this supposition, and like none of them have an answer to it either at the couple of universities that did send a reply. Because they also noted, yeah, that is one of the least commented on, cantos. That is interesting, and that's about it. So, with that, we will close out December 21st, 2024, in Canto 17 with that little tidbit of you could potentially form new scholarship on this extremely ancient text in a way that, honestly, I think more people should, because this is a particular story that has been reinterpreted, reimagined, and actually spread throughout most of Western culture to the point when 99% of people, including the most devout Christians, think of hell. They are not envisioning what is written in the Bible. They are envisioning what is written in this book. And that's not being exaggeratory or hyperbolic. This is actually held by a Catholic seminar and poll that showed that most Catholics even view hell as interpreted by Dante. Protestants showed a slightly lower rate of doing so, but only mildly, because the imagery is so prevalent in our day-to-day life. Because it has infected religion, society, fiction, even non-fiction interpretation of real-world events. This has literally influenced all of it. In a way that I don't think Dante could have ever imagined, to be honest with you. I don't think anybody who writes anything like this can imagine it will have this kind of an effect. And I don't think if we intentionally tried to do it, we could do it with intention. To create something intentionally that would have this long-lasting and widespread effect.
Probably not. Something like this, this is a very early form of virality, and even in the modern mass information environment that we have, virality is not something that can
I wouldn't even virality forced. Virality is one way to describe it. I would call it mimetic foundation. Because when you draw back the mimetic nodes of how we understand these cultural imports into modern times, almost all of them are influenced through Dante. Very few aren't, and the ones that aren't are influenced by Augustine and Aquinas.
Yeah.
Think about that. It takes 2 doctors of the church to equal one 14th century Italian motherfucker. Like that.
A poet, nonetheless.
I would have called him a poet and philosopher, but yeah. I'm half tempted to call him a theologian, but that's not accurate to what he did. It's just accurate to his level of knowledge on the subject. But he would have never classified himself as a theologian. At least from everything I've read on the man, he never would have. Like, he never did in his lifetime, and nothing in his writings seems to impose that level of authority on his part. It all seems to be works of fiction and social commentary for his intention. Now, that being said, when you go back and like rewatch this and skip over all of our tangents, which I'm sure you will end up having to do on the rewatch when you do this, when you are going through this is one of the most linguistically taxing to read out loud, but it flows fairly well as you're just reading it, because you can hear the words said very easily, but actually trying to get your tongue to say them fluidly is a pain in the dick. Just for those of you who end up having to perform this, I'm sorry, drama kids. And
wait,
if
are there dramatizations of this? I didn't even realize.
It's an epic poem.
If there are, your theater teacher hates you. Just so you know.
Yeah, this is like this is like assigning somebody parts of the Iliad or the Odyssey to be their monologue. But yes, there are people who have to perform this, since it was technically written to be performed.
Was it? Oh.
Yeah, all poetry was in the 14th century for the most part.
Oh, okay.
Think about it. No TV, no radio. Most people didn't read. Almost all of this was transmitted through spoken word.
Fair. I had forgotten that most people didn't read.
And what little they did read was mostly... Yeah. I think we looked it up several weeks ago now, but I think it was a 15% literacy rate at this point in history. At least that's what's historically accepted.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Are you unhappy that I'm talking to people and not loving on you? Is that why you're biting my hand? Is that why you're biting my hand? But until next time, which I'm going to try to do this again on the 28th, but if we're not, we will be back in January after the new year, and we will see you then.
Sounds good. See you later.
Take care.
Come,